And we are recording.
All right. When last we left off, the wolf pack, having departed from the darkened slopes of Hilltown, have arrived in the legendary Redwood Forest, haven of natural magics and non-humans alike. After a prophetic encounter with a hag and some other run-ins with wild magic, the group stumbled into an Imperial patrol investigating the burnt remnants of a battlefield, when they suddenly came under arrow fire. Seizing an opportunity, the pack attacked the patrol and wiped them out, before choosing diplomacy when faced with the leader of the guerrillas they had aided. They departed on friendly enough terms after the twins were recognized, and were told to seek the red stone amongst the black walls in the mountains, and to repeat the code, I speak, but not with voices, once they've arrived there. The pack then continued to the forest city of Oakland, but only stopped long enough to resupply on narcotics and spend the night at a bougie brothel, with some enjoying their night more than others. They departed the next day and had a few odd goblin-related encounters before continuing on the open road north, heading straight for the Blackrise Mountains. And that is where we pick up. You guys are currently heading north from Oakland along the main road. You've kind of passed out of the majority of the forest area. It's now just kind of low woodland and forested hills all kind of around. As you can see, the intimidating black slopes of the Blackrise Mountains off in the distance, still several miles away. Wolfpack, what would you like to do?
Let's find this red rock.
Yeah.
All right. You guys are still on your little patrol wagon, heading along the road. I'm assuming you want to keep going until you get a little closer to the mountains.
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess
All right,
what's the terrain not on the road?
Not on the road right now. It's just kind of gentle sloped hills. A lot easier than the area around Hilltown. You can pretty clearly crest over them with the wagons if you wanted to. It wouldn't necessarily. It would probably slow you down a little bit, but not significantly. If you wanted to go off-roading. Continuing on the road then, or going off?
I'd say stay on the road.
All right. If someone would like to roll a d20 for me.
I mean, if nobody else wants to, I can, but I'm not sure you guys want me to do that.
Go for it.
Oh, there you go. Fuck
Oh,
it.
there you go.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Joe, you should have seen Corey's run of rolls.
3
My
nat
God.
ones in a row.
Back to back to back.
I rolled an attack at it. I can't remember if
With
it was
advantage.
even with advantage. Yeah, it was an attack with advantage. I rolled double nat ones, and for the confirmation to see if it was a full crit or anything, I rolled a third natural one.
Yeah, I think I saw that Snapchat.
I did that. I
Yeah.
rolled.
It hurt me to my soul.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I rolled a nat 1 at advantage as a halfling.
Oof.
Yeah, they re-rolled nat 1s, but it was still 1, 1, and 1 in one freaking roll. It sucked.
See, I'm pretty sure I saved it, but I'll have to find it and show you guys. It hurt my soul. That many just right after one another.
I feel your pain.
I'll find it later. Anyway, okay, a 9. All right, you guys had set out kind of early in the morning, not too early, and had your encounter. So right about this time, it's about noon. As you continue along the road for the next couple hours, seems like it's a clear day.
Arm of Shadows on, and Elvis is up doing his usual, like, circle.
All right, go ahead and roll a perception check for me with Elvis. He's kind of trying to keep an eye on things. All right, you guys continue along the road for the next couple hours. He's keeping an eye out. Doesn't seem to see anything out of the ordinary. It's a relatively calm day. There's a couple clouds that kind of roll in about halfway through the next set of hours. No storms or anything, mostly sunny. It's kind of nice. I mean, you guys have had something happen along most of your stretches. And the last time it was this clear out, you had a body that dropped behind you onto the road. So keeping an eye out, doesn't look like anything seems to happen. But after a couple hours, you start getting, you start noticing the woodlands. Like it hasn't been thick forest for a while, but what tree cover there has been starts thinning out even more and more to where it's a couple hundred yards between trees at this point. The grasslands around here start darkening a little bit, and you're seeing more red rock and slowly turning into a deep brown, almost black tinted clay in some spots. And everything starts to gently start sloping up a little bit. You're at about a 5% incline at this point as you start approaching the mountains a little bit. You do see signs indicating that continuing up along the road at this point, you're going to start carving into the mountains themselves. And it does lead to the mountain city of Yord. So at this point, what would you like to do?
I mean, do we want to start like working our way west?
I mean, it did say it was through the mountains.
That's true.
To clarify, they didn't say it was through. They said it was somewhere in the mountains. They said look around in the mountains for the red stone.
Okay.
They did not specify where exactly.
Gotcha. I just wrote through the mountains in my notes, so I will change it. So we should probably look at least around, if not go into them a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. I'm assuming Elvis is going to be doing a part of that.
Yep.
All right. So facing the mountains, you're facing north. You can have him either go east or west. Which way would you like him to go?
What do we think, guys?
Everybody always
West.
go right. Let's go left.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why
West.
not?
Well, it
All
sounds
right.
like west it is.
All right. Go ahead and have Elvis, or I'm going to have you. Yeah. Go ahead and roll a d10 for me.
Okay.
All right. Now a perception check from Elvis. 9. 16. All right. He starts flying off a little bit, and you give him the mental command because he's going to be going a little bit past your range of direct control over him. He starts flying off a little bit, just searching around, knows what to look for, some kind of red stone. About 20, 30 minutes after that, he starts getting a little farther than you were expecting, but he's still looking. You get a little bit of a chirp in your mind. He can see about a mile and a half away from where you guys currently are. Up into the mountains a little bit. Doesn't look like there's any kind of road or path directly leading to it, but there does appear to be almost like a little shelf on the cliff face there with a red pillar, single red pillar, stone, just jutting about 10 feet tall out of this cliff face, standing upright. So, but he appears to have found something similar to what you were told.
Hey, let's go.
Yeah, we'll head that way.
All right. You guys start heading off west. Are you taking the wagon with you?
Probably as far as we can, right?
Yeah.
All right. You're able to follow along the general path. It's a little weird sitting in it as it's sloped up on the side, so you guys are tilting over a little bit, and you have to try and keep the wagon balanced. But you're able to follow along the gentle slopes to reasonably the point where you're basically just direct south of where this cliff shelf is. Looking up, you can barely see where the shelf itself is on the mountains, but it doesn't look like there's a direct path up to it. You may have to climb.
Okay.
So, how do you guys wish to proceed?
Well, Rex can probably guard the wagon since he's probably not going to climb shit in that big stupid armor anyway.
Yeah, I can climb pretty easy. I can turn into something and climb.
Yeah, Rick shifts his armor over into Guardian mode. Just kind of stands there. Yeah, I can guard it. It's fine. I'm probably not the best at this one. Just holler if it's whatever you found we need, or if we need to look elsewhere.
Well, let's start heading that way then.
All right, who's leading this climb?
I'm looking if I can find anything with a climbing speed.
Okay.
Monkey.
Maybe.
Too bad just can't become a giant eagle and fly us up there.
I'm not big enough for that yet.
Yeah, I know.
Not
That's
yet.
what I'm saying. Too bad.
Oh.
You could be a fish. I mean,
That would be perfect.
I just mean in general as a druid.
I can be so many things.
All right, well, if everybody's just standing around looking at this cliff, I'll start. How high up is it?
From where you are, it looks at least 100 feet, probably more. It's a little hard to gauge just because of the angle.
All right. Well, I'll start climbing then.
All right. Do you have any kind of climbing gear? Rope, pythons, anything like that?
Hold on. I think
Pretty
I
sure you
do.
have rope.
Yep, rope, python, hammer, crowbar. All kinds of
Perfect.
shit.
All right. In that case, Finn, as you begin your ascent using the climbing gear that you have, go ahead and roll an athletics check for me.
Oof, it's not one of my better ones.
It's slow going at first. You make it about a ways up there. You start getting a little winded. You're just, oh man, hope I'm halfway up there. You start looking up. It's a little hard to gauge exactly how far you are from the summit. You look down, you're maybe 20, 30 feet off the ground.
I'll wild shape into a spider and climb up.
All right, normal size spider or giant spider?
Fuck it. Let's do be a giant spider.
All right. You guys watch as Tyler's form just suddenly shifts into a giant spider. And you are able to start climbing up there. I think
It's like a
giant
giant
spiders
jumping
just automatically
spider. It's
have-
cute.
Sorry, but spiders and cute don't really belong in the same.
Yeah,
sentence.
Jumping spiders are cute.
Not a hard pass.
Okay, yeah, you have spider climb. So pretty easily, Finn, as you're just kind of sitting there a little, trying to catch your breath without exerting yourself too much, you look down and you watch this giant spider start climbing up the wall.
Can I tell that it's Tyler? Because if I'm up on a wall and this giant fucking spider's crawling at me, it's gonna get blasted.
I'm gonna try to climb over you.
I'd say she didn't explicitly tell everybody she was turning into it.
Well, I got like super perception though, so I probably noticed like.
I noticed.
I'd say go ahead and roll a quick insight check just to make sure. It'll be a low DC. Because yeah, you are pretty fucking perceptive. You would have heard, yeah, oh yeah, easily. You heard the fucking noise of her poofing into something. So yeah, you see this giant spider. You recognize it's probably Tyler climbing up there. She just kind of slowly starts making her way up there. A lot faster than you were, though, and seemingly without too much issue. She quickly catches up to where you are. About a third of the time it took you.
Yeah, well, I'm not a big gross spider, so I still think I came out on top. I mutter under my breath as she climbs past me.
Tyler, do you
stop
keep
for a
going or do you
second.
stop trying to help him?
I'll try to help him out.
All right, I'd say how exactly do you want to help him out? There's a couple different ways you can do this. Let's see what you got.
This is gonna be interesting.
All right. My first thought is just to push him. Like, get under him and push him.
No, kick at her. I like hard, but like, get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
I'm going. Jesus.
Yeah, you start trying to help him that way, and he seems a bit resistant to it. You could probably force him. You're a big enough spider, but seems like he isn't too fond of that.
All right.
Instead of fucking around down there, why don't you like show me the easiest way to climb up?
I do so. I will try to find the easiest path that I think that
All right.
he can climb.
All right, you start looking for the easiest path for him to climb. To catch Rix in, since he's sitting here. Rix, you guys started along the road where you were heading, looking for this redstone pillar in the Black Rise Mountains. Elvis found it. It looks to be up on a cliff face about 100 feet above, 150 feet above you guys. Finn started climbing, only made about 20 to 30 feet before he started getting a little winded. And you're sitting back at the wagon a little bit, but you're able to see all of this. Tyler turned into a giant spider and then climbed up and is trying to assist Finn.
Okay. Why is Finn going?
Because everybody else is just standing around like a bunch of fucking slack-jawed dinguses staring at this cliff face. So I said, fuck it, and started climbing.
Oh, okay.
And so they get high enough, I'm gonna fucking misty step. So
Gotcha.
I'm constantly watching for fucking 30 feet from that top ledge. And the second I'm 30 feet from it, I'm fucking bamfing up there.
All right. As Tyler, in her spider form, tries to find you a easier path up there, go ahead and roll another athletics check with advantage. She's trying to like guide you using her giant spider legs to advantageous spots for you to start climbing up. Okay. It's a little faster going than it was the first time around. She finds a couple of really good spots. One of them ends up kind of breaking off the cliff face a little bit, but overall, it's pretty helpful. You look to be about 40 feet away from it at this point. You made one more push, you could probably make it to the Misty Step range.
Yep.
All right. And Tyler, I'm assuming helping him guide him to the right spot?
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and roll another athletics check with advantage. Okay. You find it's a little harder going up at this point. There's where she led you, there are fewer spots as you get higher and higher. But it looks like you're just in range if you want to try it.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. With a flash, Finn vanishes. Finn, you reappear on top of this cliff face. Right at the very edge, you can feel just the back part of your heel barely hanging over it, but you are, in fact, on the cliff face.
Sweet.
And you're now able to kind of look down and see the rest of your party and the giant spider looking up at you.
All right. Well,
How high is he up from where we are? How high is this?
It's a little hard to gauge at that distance. It's about 100, 150 feet, somewhere in that range. It's at a bit of an angle, and the path up the cliff isn't exactly straightforward. So a little bit of a hard climb for some, unless you're a giant spider, in which case you just go right over it. The good news is there's now rope about 2/3, maybe 3/4 of the way up it, as Finn left his rope and climbing gear there.
Is there?
Yep.
I missed it. Is there a reason why we all didn't go?
I think we're just waiting. Like, so we're all climbing up at the same time.
Oh,
I think we should
okay.
need somebody to go first. I don't know,
What
maybe
do
do
you
I see anything
see?
up here?
So up on the cliff face, there's a space about 30 square feet around it. Blackish brown dull stone all around you. The only object that appears different than that is a 10-foot by probably about 1 foot by 1 foot wide pillar made entirely of red carved stone with elaborate designs carved into it.
All right. And it's just on like a ledge, so like I'm assuming the cliff continues up above me.
Yeah. The pillar appears to be about in the middle of this ledge that you're on before continuing up the slope.
How big's this ledge?
About 30 square feet. From where you're currently at the very edge, like being able to look over to the mountain itself, about 20-ish feet. There's a good amount of room here, just not. It's not massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more wide than deep.
Alright. This rock's just hanging out.
Yeah, it's just appears to be a stone pillar. If you want to get a little closer, you can, but
Yeah, get closer.
all right. As you get a little bit closer, you're able to see there are numerous stones, red bricks that appear to have been used to make this. As you start getting closer, you're about 10 feet away from it. You start getting this odd, nauseous feeling. You continue on closer to it, or do you stand back?
As soon as I start to feel nauseous, I'm gonna hold up.
Okay.
I'll turn back. Like I'll shift back. What's
Are
up?
you up on the cliff? Are you up on cliff face, or are you down with everybody?
I'll turn back right when I get up to the top.
Okay.
It got close, started to make me feel kind of queasy. So I don't think there's something wrong with this magic rock, or just maybe it is a magic rock.
Do I get queasy if I walk up?
Yeah, you get about 10 feet away from it, and it starts affecting you as well. Do you stand back, or you get closer?
I'll get closer.
Okay, I need you to go ahead and roll a Constitution saving throw for me. You kind of it's a little bit stronger as you kind of get closer, but you kind of just swallow through it. You've taken some shit in your time. You know nausea. Swallow it down, some deep breaths. The feelings eventually starts passing, or at least becomes less noticeable to where you feel affected by it.
Okay. Is there anything interesting about these stones?
Other than being some enormous, ornate red bricks and some odd rune carvings into it, nothing too special. The coloring is obviously very different. This is very vibrant red brick as opposed to the dull brown and black of all of the rock and cliffs around you. So it's very much, it stands out in color, but other than the runes carved into it and the fact that it's a red pillar, nothing stands out yet.
Okay. Hey, Finn, there's like some runes on these.
Cool. Like, what do they look like?
What do the runes look like?
Does it still like make you want to puke, or does it like go away?
I mean, I'm over it. I don't think it's going away.
All right,
But
I'll
I've
try to get
your
closer.
worst.
All right. Finn tries to get closer. Go ahead and roll the Constitution saving throw.
Oh, wait, that's the wrong thing. It should be the same.
All
Yep,
right.
nope.
That's not going to do it.
To get a little bit closer, you start looking at Tyler. You're just like, okay, yeah, the feeling's there. You're waiting for it to start passing. It's a little bit stronger for you. You feel a little bit of bile come up in your throat. You are currently poisoned.
Ugh, fuck. Well, that's not cool.
Nope, not great.
You don't look
Yeah.
too hot.
No, I feel like I'm gonna fucking die. Fuck this stupid rock.
So, just as a reminder, you now have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until you are cleared of the condition.
What the fuck? I guess I'm here because I've seen anything on these runes.
Go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
Is that a disadvantage too?
Yep, that would be a disadvantage.
That's what I thought.
you start trying to read it, trying to make out the runes. You're not entirely sure what language it is as you're looking at them. And then as you start following some of the curves on the of the runes, trying to figure out maybe I can get an idea of what language it is, you start getting a little dizzier, and the nausea just keeps spiraling, and you end up walking off a little bit to go throw up.
Awesome. I'm gonna shoot it with a fucking Eldritch Blast.
All right, go ahead and roll an attack.
Fuck that rock. Tyler, you might want to get back.
All right.
Shoot this fucking thing. Oh, wait until Tyler's out of the way.
I'll step back.
All right, you do so. He's in the safe zone. Go ahead and roll an attack. It's a stone pillar. That hits. Go ahead and roll damage. 14 points of force damage. You watch as the pillar shakes a little bit with the impact. There's no obvious damage done to it. You can see it doesn't break off a piece of it or anything. It seems to just kind of resist and absorb a little bit of it.
Let me give it the finger. Like go fucking throw up.
I'm gonna cast Dispel Magic on it.
Okay. What level is that? I think it's third by, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll go ahead and roll a wisdom check for me as you're casting this.
Okay.
All right. You cast Dispel Magic, and as you begin casting it, it's almost like the words that are coming out of your mouth slowly start tapering off in sound. You're still making the verbal components of the spell, and you know you're putting voice to them. It's like you can't hear them almost. And as you're watching as the energy of your Dispel Magic spell is absorbed into the pillar itself. The runes now begin to glow a bright white against the red. You watch as the pillar shifts a little bit, revealing almost like a revolving door on one of the bricks, a now glowing and pulsating blue crystal. After absorbing the last elements of your spell, a bright flash emits from the crystal. A solid beam of energy fires out directly into the mountain. And with that, you watch as parts of the rock where it meets that beam seem to just ripple away, and you are left now with a cave entrance.
All right.
I hope these fucking assholes have a cure for whatever shitty fucking poison they gave me.
I
I'll
hope
stick
so.
my head over the edge and yell down, "Climb up!"
I was just about to ask. I'll start climbing up.
Yeah, you guys having sat down there, you eventually heard like Finn cursing and shooting something with Eldritch Blast, and now you kind of heard a pop noise from the crystal, and then just being told to climb up. So a lot of stuff happening off screen, but you guys start climbing up. It's made a lot easier with the rope that Finn left behind. Who would like to go first?
I will.
All right, go ahead and roll an athletics check at advantage. All right, easily enough, you're able to make it to the point where Finn teleported. They're still about 20 to 30 feet away from the cliff edge. Do you want to try it out for yourself, or do you have something to use?
I'll just face step up there.
All right. Similar to Finn with a poof, although this time leaving behind some scattered forest leaves in the air. Taylor joins you up on the cliff edge.
I puked. Like that spot over there. Be careful.
I will take my rope and dangle off at least like 30 plus feet off the edge to help anybody else that can't make that 30-foot teleport.
All right. That leaves Garuk and Rix.
I'll go next.
All right. I had left you in Guardian mode. I'm assuming you're changing to something a little more agile and meant for climbing.
Yeah, I would. Well, I was gonna say I'd probably just disarm the suit entirely, but I'll go into stealth mode. I don't know. Let me see if that would even have it.
It may or may not have an effect on your climbing ability, I'd say.
No, it does not.
It might make the DC lower. That's me telling you as a DM.
Yeah, I'll
The
shift to. I'll
idea
shift
of
to
stealth mode
stealth.
was to be agile. So.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Athletics.
All right. Yep. Athletics at advantage.
Okay.
Easily enough. It takes you a little bit of time. The placement on some of Finn's pythons and rope weren't the greatest, but you're able to climb up pretty well. And using that last bit of rope that Taylor had left behind, make it to the top. You two, have you moved in farther from the cliff edge, or are you just chilling there? You were warned about the effect of the pillar.
Yeah, I would steer clear of the pillar.
Yeah, I'm gonna steer clear of it
All
as
right.
well until at least everybody's up.
Yeah.
Okay. And Garuk, I think you have a climbing ability thing, don't you?
Second story.
Let me see. I don't know if that quite would apply to a cliff face.
No.
If it specifies anything. Climb faster than normal. Climbing no longer costs you extra movement. Okay. I'd say it'd probably lower the DC for you as well, so go ahead and roll an athletics check as well. Or acrobatics, you can choose. Well, I'd say a little more agile.
Oh, wish I could have picked that.
And there's enough of, well, there's also now a clear path made with rope and
That's true. You're welcome, dicks.
yeah, easy enough. It's just like climbing up the side of a building. There's just enough of a leverage with these pythons and rope. Make it up, no problem. So the three of you are now kind of at the edge there, with Finn already being affected by the pillar and Tyler appearing to be immune to it.
I'm gonna shift back into defense mode while I have a moment.
All right, you are now a giant armored behemoth.
I'll keep the helmet down.
Don't want to terrify the pillar, after all.
Nope.
Seriously.
Who puked?
What? That was me. This thing's poisoned. Makes you sick.
You look like shit.
I feel like shit. I hope these fucking
They have-
dickheads that we're going to see have the fucking fix for whatever bullshit this is.
Finn, go ahead and roll an intelligence check for me real quick.
Nope.
Damn, Finn.
God damn.
Shit.
All right,
Oh,
you start
shit.
almost remembering something about the pillar, and then you start getting a little nauseous again, and it's just like, nope, thought gone. Never mind. No, don't focus on that. But you guys are on this cliff edge. You do have to go through the effect, or you can try and skate around the edges. It might be a little bit hard to do with parts of the cliff face, but you might be able to. Your choice. If you want to go just power through it or try to make your way around.
I'll just walk in. I've already been fucking poisoned. I don't give a shit. Can't poison me twice.
Fair enough.
Maybe.
The three of you, Garuk, Taylor, and Rix, how do you want to do this?
So, just so I'm clear, there's no way to get to the cave entrance without getting near the pillar, right?
You can try and skirt around the edges of it. Where the cave,
Yeah.
You're kind of guesstimating on how far this field exactly goes, but with the rough dimensions you have, you might be able to skate around the very edges of it and make your way all the way around. It might require some acrobatics on your part to make sure you stay out of the field and don't fall
I
off.
can beat a con check. I'll go ahead and just go through.
All right, go ahead and roll a con save.
Oh, motherfucker.
You were saying?
It was advantage, too. I forgot to take that off.
Go.
Oh!
As you're just like, yeah, I fucking got this. Like I got it. You start walking through, and You get about within 5 feet of the pillar, and you're like, all right, deep breath, nausea, I can fight it. Starts getting worse. You're like, fuck, put the helmet back up to try and make it better. Doesn't help. Does not help at all. You almost end up throwing it up inside your helmet, but you are now considered poisoned as well.
Oh shit.
I told you it
Drop the helmet
sucks.
back down for fresh air, and yeah, it's rough.
Bad idea.
I'm gonna try very carefully to skirt my way around it. Just very,
Same
very
here.
carefully.
Same here.
Go ahead and roll, both of you go ahead and roll an acrobatics check without advantage or anything, just normal. All right. You guys take opposite sides of this because you don't want to interfere with each other. Skirting around the edges, you can get the vague feeling of nausea, but it's not strong enough to make you really, sick or anything like that. But you skirt around it. It's a little bit of a tight fit as you're trying to make sure you don't fall off the cliff edge, but easily enough, you make it around and are at the cave entrance now.
What do we see inside the cave entrance?
Inside the cave entrance, it appears to just be a dark tunnel. It's also at this point that you start remembering you were given a passphrase to use at the pillar.
Oh, goddamn it.
And none of you used.
Well.
I will say
really
I
funny.
speak, but not with voices.
Do you all right, you say it, you're about 10, 15 feet away from the pillar. Do you want to get a little closer when you say it, or are you staying right there?
I'll get right up to the edge of where you just start getting that nauseous feeling, then I'll say it.
Okay, you start getting a little bit of that feeling, and you say the passphrase. You watch a single green glyph erupt on the pillar, and that feeling goes away.
God damn it, we are so smart.
The smartest.
Two ways
I
to go
figured
away
it was
from me
something
too.
deeper in, but
I'd say both of you go ahead and roll another con save to see at this point.
Disadvantage, right? Since we're
No,
poisoned.
it's for ability checks and
Oh.
attack
okay.
rolls. But I'll take that first one. It's fine. And Finn, your first
Okay.
one as well, which was the 19. So both of you, it takes a little bit, like 5 minutes to wear off, but you do eventually recover from being poisoned.
Ooh.
Like enough to be considered a short rest.
If you want to take a short rest, you can.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna
wouldn't
fucking
mind
take a
this.
breather.
just
If the
for
thing.
everybody to get their bearings and
Yeah, stop. Feel
sort
like
their
I'm gonna
stomachs.
fucking throw up.
Get their bearings and sort their
Yeah.
stomachs.
Fucking
Easily enough, yeah. You guys take a little bit of time, rest
take a
up.
breather, fucking smoke a joint, get rid of this fucking nausea.
Hey, there you go.
Face that back too.
That's why I got, so I could get my out of game. Obviously, I was just trying to get that spell back.
Yeah, it's worth it.
Yeah, I
Fuck, it's the best part of playing fucking Warlock. I get all my shit
Mhm.
back after a short rest.
Mhm.
I'm gonna miss it. Not that I ever really used it in Zach's game, but I'm still gonna miss it.
I miss my warlock.
I've never made a warlock.
Mine was.
They're a lot of fun if you can have some fun with the patron.
I never even got to meet the
Yes, you
patron.
can.
I got to meet mine, and it was like escalating in a weird way. not as
It's also
like a
very-
character, like as a player. Like I didn't know what to do.
It was also very short-lived.
Yeah, the day,
It was
the day
hard-
before he
it was
died.
very- I literally met the patron that session. So, all right, but you guys take a little bit of short rest, get your bearings, wait for the nausea to pass off, and you are now at the entrance of this tunnel. As far as you can tell, it's just a 10-foot by 10-foot wide circular tunnel that appears to go deeper into the mountain.
All right, well, I'll have Elvis fucking wrapped around my shoulders.
Nothing to it but to do it.
I'll go first.
All right,
Kisa will be staying down by the cart.
I'll go second.
There's no way I'm
And
gonna
I
try to
get-
get a wolf up here.
All right, Keys is back in the cart then.
Yeah.
I
that is-
should actually. Are we being quiet? Because if we're being quiet, then maybe I should stick back to stealth mode.
Well, and also I can see twice as far as you guys in the dark. He's got sad eyes now.
Yeah, I was just gonna go first just to be that meat shield if you want to pop up here next to me.
Yeah.
All right, so Finn and Rick's in the front. Can I get the rest of you marching order?
I think Tyler was right behind.
Yeah.
I'll be next, probably.
All right, and Garuk in the rear, or do you want to double up with someone?
I'll take up the rear.
All right. With that, you guys start making your way through the tunnels. Keeping an eye out for anything. You don't notice any odd sensations. You don't notice anything odd sticking out of the tunnel. It just looks like a straight. Sometimes it curves around every once in a while, but for the most part, just a tunnel. Elevation changes a little bit, slopes every once in a while, but about 30 minutes to an hour of walking through here. You obviously see it well ahead of everybody, but it looks like up ahead the tunnel begins to fork.
Looks like there's a
And
fork up ahead.
So you eventually make it to where the road does fork. There are two options. You can go left or right.
I guess like, we just went left. You want to go left again, or you want to go right?
Let's go left.
Yeah, let's go left.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. You guys go left, continuing down for another 20, 30 minutes. You hit another fork in the road. Left or right?
Fuck. Let's go right.
All right. At the second fork, you guys head right. You continue down. Another 10, 15, almost 20 minutes. You hit another fork in the road. Left or right?
Left, right, up, down, A, B, A, B.
Yep.
Don't try guessing my shit.
Fuck, man.
Konami code does not apply to underground tunnels.
Or does it?
You want to go left again?
Sure. why
Yeah,
not?
let's go left.
Yeah.
Left, right.
All right. You guys head left. You're only going down there for about 5 minutes before, Finn, you're able to see off in the distance some light at the end of what it appears to be the tunnel.
I see light up ahead.
You start getting a little bit closer, a
Flickering
little bit
or
closer, and that's when you're able to make out something through the light at the tunnel. What appears to be a red pillar in the edge of a cliff and a patch of bile off on the side.
We got turned around.
Great.
oh shit. Is this the same ass entrance?
Yep, that's my
It
cue.
appears to be the same ass entrance. There is literally a pile of vomit over in the corner, indicating
fuck.
it is.
Alright.
The remains of one joint.
Left your roach?
Why would you just leave those?
What? I'm a fucking junkie. I'm not toting that stinky ass thing around with me.
Not a fucking junkie. Alright, let's hit the first fork and go right.
All right, you guys are going right at the
Agree.
first fork this time?
You guys?
Yeah, might as well.
Sure.
Alright.
All right. You make it to the first fork, this time opting to go right. About 5-10 minutes later, you see a light at the end of the tunnel.
Oof, not that way. I'm assuming it's the light at the entrance.
You start getting closer, yeah, you see the pillar again.
Alright, well, we're going left.
Okay, then we need to go left and left.
Yeah, let's give it a shot.
At least
Or-
left in the
Yeah.
direction because we went right last time.
Yep. Alright, we'll start with left.
Left, and
All right.
then we'll figure it out.
I'm gonna yell that stupid
Yeah.
fucking password out again. Okay, come on, dickheads.
All right. You continue. You make it to the first fork. You're going left.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You continue on. You make it to the second fork. Are you going left or right?
Go left. We went right
Left this
last.
time? No, let's go left.
Yeah. The left.
All right. You guys go left. About 5-10 minutes later, you see a light at the end of the tunnel.
God damn.
Process of elimination.
Alright.
We'll go in left, right, and then right.
Yep.
Right,
this
yeah.
time, because that's what we
Hot
haven't done
damn.
yet.
Unless it changes every time, like some fucking
Fuck.
dickhead would do.
Yeah.
I am offended you would ever think I had the mental capacity to come up with that idea.
I was just thinking, like, for these guys to
Stop
their fucking
giving
face.
him ideas.
Note to self for later dungeons.
I can just
See?
see where you're writing
Oh,
it down right now.
Dude.
No, are you kidding me? My track record with coming up with puzzles for you guys is just not great. So
I mean,
I
I'm
usually
always,
end up
I'm
like
always too dumb to
breaking
figure them out.
something, or I end up having to give way too many hints. All right, but you continue. You do left, right. You're at the third fork now. You had previously went left. Which way would you like to go?
Alright, we'll go right this time.
All right. You continue on another 10, 15, 20 minutes or so. Time's a little hard to judge in these tunnels. And you haven't noticed any obvious passage of time outside, for the record.
Not with fucking TikTok cock standing right beside me. I know exactly how much goddamn time has
You,
passed.
you hear the ticking, but every time you come out, it doesn't look like too much time has passed. Because, I mean, every time it's taking you to walk between forks is like 10,
the
20
sun's
minutes.
not like the sun hasn't.
The sun hasn't like noticeably dropped. Because you guys,
Okay.
what should feel like 3 to 4 hours of going through these tunnels so far
Oh my
hasn't felt like
god.
that yet. So,
Oh,
but
this
you
is
make it
fucked
through.
up.
You go right at the third fork. Continue on 10, 15, 20 minutes or so ish. And you have another fork, left or right.
Fuck it, let's try left this time.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. You guys
Yeah.
continue down. This time only 5 minutes. And instead of a light at the tunnel, Finn, you're able to see pretty clearly. It's another fork in the road, but instead of left or right, you can go left, right, or center. It is a this fork appears to split 3 ways.
Well, shit.
Let's keep going straight.
Center? Alright.
Yeah, fuck it.
All right. You guys continue on heading center, and therefore bypassing all of the possible checks you could have done to figure out which way to go, but you have successfully navigated it.
Yay.
And once again, gotten out of combat.
Again. Yay.
All because I
and
randomly
that
said
battle map.
center.
Oh, I was planning on going center anyway.
Let's see. Settings.
I was thinking
Archive
left.
page. All right, that map's gone. All right. So, continuing down this center path, you start listening. You've been keeping your ears open this whole time, and Finn, with your passive perception alone, you're pretty aware of every noise. And as you start continuing on, you hear soft skittering along the walls. You're able to see the walls themselves, and you don't see anything on the walls. You start listening a little bit more, and it sounds like this, like skittering. It's the sound of something scraping on rock on the other, almost like it's on the other side of the tunnel.
Like on the left side or the right side? Or both?
Well, you're just continuing down that straight tunnel. It sounds like something like on the walls of the tunnel you're continuing down. Something through the walls on the other side of that wall there's some kind of scraping rock noise.
So I'm walking, so like, is it the left side or the right side though? Can I hear scratching?
Wall of
Go
the
ahead
tunnel.
and make a perception check.
Does it sound like a mammal or like a bug?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
There we go.
Tyler, it doesn't sound like any animal that you would recognize. Finn, you know this sound pretty well, though. That is the sound of softer leather boots scraping on rocks as they're running down some kind of tunnel. And listening, it almost does sound like it's muted. It's muted enough that you can't make out the exact steps, just the after sounds of it. But It sounds like there might be another tunnel on the side, like the opposite side of your tunnel wall through it. And someone is running, several someones with that roll might be running down that tunnel.
Is it on the right side or the left side?
Both.
Both?
You check both of them. It sounds like there's a couple different people running on both sides, as if there's parallel tunnels to yours.
Well, let's fucking run back to where it splits and run down the left or the right side and see if we can fucking run up behind these dickheads.
How far have we been?
It sounds
since
like
the
they're
fork?
like paralleling us. So like sounds like they're. Does it? Can I tell when I first heard the sound if it was coming from behind or from ahead of us?
Ahead of you. It sounds like it's ahead of you and getting softer.
Okay, so it's running away
Oh.
from us. So they passed us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well let's fucking run back and split off, see if we can catch them. Or you just want to keep going straight ahead into an like what appears to be some sort of ambush. I'm cool either way.
Yeah, if we
Keep going.
head back to the fork and we take either the left or the right, I don't think they'd be expecting that. I mean, surely they know we're here.
Or we can just keep going. It's up to you guys. I was just thinking.
Oh, he said we can go back. I say
I mean,
we
we
go
don't-
straight, so that's one for each. So
All right, everybody else,
anybody else?
throw your
Tiebreaker.
fucking hat in.
I say
I
we go back.
I say we go
if
back.
we keep
too.
going straight. If we keep going straight and they're trying to head us off, I mean, they probably know this mountain better than we do. I mean, if we keep
Yeah.
going straight, then we're gonna look like assholes.
Yeah.
All right,
let's-
sounds like 3 votes for go back.
All right.
All right.
All
Group,
right, you
you're
guys
awful
are heading
quiet.
back to the fork.
Yeah, we probably better beat feet though.
Yeah, let's fucking shake our ass a little bit.
I'm gonna change back to stealth mode, and that'll put my base speed from 20 up to 40.
All right, you guys are able to make pretty good time. It's only about 5 or so minutes until you make it to the fork. There's obviously the way straight ahead that leads all the way out, or you can go to your left or your right.
All right, group, why don't you pick?
I say right.
There we go.
All right, you guys head into the right tunnel. Start heading that way. As you continue through it, it starts gently sloping downwards. Not too difficult of an incline to make, just enough that you're able to notice you are heading deeper, in like underground at this point. Before eventually you come to a little bit of an opening area.
And we all have dark vision, so nobody's even fucking with a torch at all.
That's correct.
Telling you.
Just preempt a little bit of this. You guys are in a bit of an open clearing, far different from the tunnel you had previously been navigating. Just kind of stop, take your bearings, you look around a little bit. Doesn't look like there's anything here, but as you turn around and notice the cave entrance that the tunnel entrance you'd been coming through, that tunnel entrance is gone.
Oh, damn it.
I have a token.
You should not drop your. Oh, yes, that's my bad. I didn't drop yours. No,
Okay.
select everything.
Now that we beat feet once again, I'm gonna go to attack mode.
All right. Switch to the giant metal behemoth. And what would you guys like to do?
Do we hear anything up ahead?
Go ahead and make a perception check. Anyone who would like to.
Yeah, most definitely.
Duh.
Rich, you can't hear anything over the sound of that fucking clock built into your armor.
Goddamn thing.
I still love that you did that for the record, just as a DM. That's just amazing. I didn't think you were going to integrate that shit.
Still need to make that audio.
Fuck yeah.
Shit, I need to get that.
Guys, I can't hear anything. What's going on? This is
Taylor, you're
clock.
like right next to him. You can't hear anything either. It's very annoying hearing tick, tick, tick.
All I hear is a fucking ticking sound.
Finn, you're able to hear a little bit better, but it is a little distracting. You don't hear anything ahead of you. Rook and Tyler, as you guys are listening in, you don't hear anything at all. You're able to tune out the fucking clock noise, thankfully, but it sounds like at least the next area should be clear.
I think we're good.
Let's move up.
That fucking clock noise, though.
Yeah.
All right, feel free to move your characters up to the next area.
I'm telling you, dude, you gotta get pro. Fucking tiny amp lighting's the shit.
I know. I think I have access to it because I have the, like, not pro, but the cheaper version of it.
Yep.
It comes with dynamic. I just haven't messed with it too much yet.
Dude, it's fucking... It makes this part of the game go a lot fucking easier.
Yeah, that's true. All right.
I mean, from like a DM, not like you're taking too long. In a minute.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of shitting, but not like that.
No, I get you. As you make it into the next area, it still looks like nothing appears to be going on. Listening in, still no sounds. You are able to make, Garuk and Tyler, you are able to make out the next sounds. Gentle water. Sounds almost like a small stream or a spring of some kind.
I just keep walking forward since I can't
Yeah.
hear anything.
I'll just keep.
You do.
Dirt.
You do. And,
Dirt.
and you make it around, and you do see there. It does appear to be. It's a little bit bigger than the sound indicates, but there's hardly a current. It looks like just an overgrown puddle with gentle flow to one side.
And I'm 100% staying right behind Rix the whole time.
All right. You're able to see. Looks to be more tunnel. It looks like it splits off again to the left and right after this stream. Which, for the record, the stream only looks like it's maybe an inch or so of water. It's not a lot.
Yeah. I'll put my helmet down and
I'm gonna make sure it's water real quick.
Yeah, I was just.
Yeah, I was gonna smell the water, see if I could like waft it.
I was gonna
Alright.
just like touch it with my fingertip.
Like in chemistry.
Go ahead and make, I guess, an investigation check, Rix.
Yep.
Tyler, your choice of investigation or nature.
Guys, hold on. I'm gonna waft this water. real quick.
As you're overly cautious with
Smell that pond.
whatever this appears to be. Rix, you take a whiff, and you're not getting too much of a smell. You're like, okay, I think it's safe. Tyler, you go ahead and check it. It's fucking water. It's mountain water, and it's very clear and crystal.
I'm just paranoid.
It's just water. I respect your paranoia as a DM.
I have been
Yeah.
screwed over too many times, damn it.
Yeah, we have meticulously checked the stream, but like dickheads forget the fucking secret password to the poison rock.
That is so fucking on brand for you guys.
Alright, guys. We had luck left or right, or it's just been a crapshoot the whole damn time.
I think it's been about 50-50, so
Maybe
whoever's...
just
go
maybe
right.
Send Elvis up.
There we go.
All right. Are you guys continuing on like normal?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. Anyone who is keeping an eye out for anything, go ahead and roll a perception check for me. All right. Garuk, you're a little out of your element here, so it's a little disorienting being this far underground and just in a giant cave. You're used to cities and things like that. The rest of you are able to kind of feel it, though. You're like, as you're getting a little farther into this, you feel this soft shaking a little bit, like the earth around you is moving just ever so slightly. And then it gets a little bit stronger. starts shaking a little bit more. And let's see. Let me roll.
Tell everybody to at least stop moving for a few seconds and see what we can.
The one in the lead is you, Rix, right?
Yep.
All right. What is your armor class right now? You're in Guardian mode, right?
No, I'm in attack mode, and my
Okay.
AC is 15 plus half my strength. That's 17.
17. Okay.
We round down on that, right?
Yes.
Because it's 5. My modifier is 5. So yeah, it's 17.
Okay, so a 19 would hit you then.
It would.
All right. You take 17 points of bludgeoning damage as suddenly this giant earthen fist erupts from the ground right underneath you, throwing you into the air before pulling you right back down onto the ground as what appears to be a large earth elemental manifesting from the very earth beneath you to stand tall above you. I need everybody to go ahead and roll initiative.
Oh, that fucking hurt, guys.
Earth elementals don't play.
No.
That's why he went first.
And the elemental. All right, so let's do a little reorganizing. Tyler and Finn, what are your dex scores?
High.
14.
18.
Okay, so Finn first, Tyler second. Rix and Garuk, you guys both have really high dex, but who's higher? Garuk might be, but
My dex is 18 with a 4 mod.
22.
yeah, I thought that. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure she beats that. All right. And order is correct. Top of the round, Finn. You watched as you were standing pretty close behind him. You watch as this giant earthen fist just slams Rix down into the ground from below. And standing right before you, because he occupied a space, or he manifests in the space right next to you, is this giant fucking earth elemental. What would you like to do?
Okay, so just make sure I have it right. So Rix is basically like right beside me.
Yeah.
And is everybody else 10 feet away from this earth elemental?
At least 10 feet, yeah.
Sweet. Then I'm gonna run up and grab Rix and thunderstep away from the elemental back, like over here. Actually, I'll just jump backwards by the water with Rix.
All right.
Does that takes me with you?
Yep.
Does.
As long as you're a
Nice.
willing participant,
Nice.
it does. Yes.
Go ahead and put the spell in the chat for me.
Yes. There you go.
All right.
As long as it doesn't exceed what I can carry. I guess, how much does Rix weigh?
You're in attack mode right now, right, Rix? You're not giant guardian mode?
No, I'm in attack mode at the moment.
Then in
Um,
theory, you should be able to. Let me make sure.
Yeah, I'm
It says you can
big for a
also
dark
tell
elf.
your
I'm
unwilling creature
like
of your
100
size or smaller.
60 pounds, 180 pounds, something like that.
Yeah, I'd
But
say like he's at the high end of your weight limit, Finn, but you're able to
Okay.
carry him through. If you'd been guardian mode or defense mode, it would have been a different story. But okay, so that is a Constitution saving throw on the Earth Elemental.
Yeah, hold on. I am level.
Okay, you definitely failed.
I'm level 6,
holy
right?
shit.
We're level 6.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
level
you guys
6.
are level 6.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So
24 points of thunder damage,
Damn.
Boom. That's
which...
what you get, bitch.
Okay, you do this. You teleport away with the just ear-shattering crack of thunder. The three of you who were not that close to the Earth Elemental watch as this energy explodes off of him, damaging him for quite a bit.
Woo!
Got my math right there. Quite a huge chunk, as just a huge portion of his shoulder gets blown off. The Earth Elemental roars in anger as it's now seemingly pretty damaged just from one move right there. But you kind of look around a little bit and you notice Finn and Rix both are now behind you guys.
What's up? And I definitely, and that's exactly how we landed with Rix in between me and that thing.
I figured as much.
I grabbed him, thunderstepped, landed with him right in front of me.
All right. Anything else?
No. Well, shit. Can I use a cantrip? Because no, I can't. Because that was my action. So no, I'm good.
All right, Tyler, you are up.
Alright, I'm gonna try to cast Entangle on it.
Okay. That is a strength saving throw.
Come on, baby.
16.
16?
Ooh.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Creature in the area when you cast a spell. Okay, yeah. What's your DC?
Oh shit.
It's 16.
Who's
You got it.
Who's right up front? They would have gotten tangled too.
I mean,
Is that within
I'm assuming
20?
she's doing it like farther up the tunnel.
Yeah.
Ways.
Okay.
This dude occupies a pretty big space, so most of him would be trying to be covered in it. But as you cast Entangle, you watch as the plant life erupts from the ground, trying to just grasp onto this earth elemental. He almost like shifts into the ground a little bit and breaks off the roots that are attaching to him. Appears to be unaffected by it.
Alright.
Try.
All right. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. At initiative count 20, the chamber begins to shake just a little bit more violently than it had been earlier. I need everybody. You guys are... All right. I need everybody to roll I think it's a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, god damn it, guys. Yeah. Fuck.
Oh.
There have been a lot of natural ones.
All right.
Wow.
Taylor, you start noticing some of this as it's shaking. You're expecting rocks or something to fall from the ceiling on top of you guys, and you just kind of look up. It's not rocks falling, but a light dusting powder, similar to something that might have been shaken loose from the ceiling, though. As it starts sticking to everybody, you just kind of dodge out of the way, and then you notice all of your teammates are now glowing a light green. As you guys have all been affected by something similar to the fairy fire spell.
Ooh.
Even with the 23?
Oh, this place sucks.
Taylor, you are the only one that is unaffected by it.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, wow.
So, I'll just say green, 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 and green. All right. With that, Garuk, as you are now glowing green with most of your teammates around you, what would you like to do?
Wait a minute.
I want to back up to the water, pull up my short bow, and shoot it at the elemental.
Isn't an 8 higher than a 7 then?
All right, go and roll an attack. That is a hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Did somebody get skipped?
I rolled an initiative of 8.
Oh, yeah, no, that's right.
Oh, yeah,
I didn't even see the number
it's
there.
Joe.
That's my bad.
It's because it's out of order.
Yeah, it's
That's
right.
on me. So rewind a little bit. Simultaneously going. His deck skill's that high. Taylor.
In game, we all look at him and go, "That's not your turn."
Wait a minute, you're out of order.
You're not. That's not you.
I'm gonna back up a little bit and shoot it as I go. Oh.
All right, go and roll.
Twice.
See, 24 hits. All right. The arrow strikes into it. Doesn't seem to be doing as much damage as you would hope. Kind of skitters off, breaks off a tiny little piece of the rock.
Yeah, that's all I can really do, though.
All right.
Yeah, that's it.
Now resuming Garuk's turn.
Sorry.
Both of your attacks hit Garuk, so go ahead and roll damage. All right. Same thing with you. As the arrows strike into the earth elemental, they seem to break off little chips of rock, but for the most part are just skittering off. They don't seem as damaging as it could possibly be. Any other action on your turn?
Nope, that's it.
All right. Rix, you are up. You are now once again kind of in the front of everything.
Against my better judgment, I'm gonna stay in attack mode because I haven't used it before. I'm gonna see what happens. So I'm gonna run up, and I'm gonna flame tongue.
All right, go ahead and strike.
Well, I did. There it goes. Flame tongue
That hits,
and short sword.
and that one does not. So the flame tongue hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh, I forgot to yell brouhaha to activate that bitch.
That's fine. Well,
Brouhaha! Okay. And I'm gonna go flame tongue again. And short sword.
And the flame tongue misses. Short sword hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. Chunk.
Right. Flame tongue first cut. Your first strike with flame tongue seems to carve away a good chunk of it, and seems to melt a little bit of the rock there. That's not maybe held together as well as it probably could be. Your first short sword strike seems to just glance off of the rocks a little bit. Doesn't do much. Second strike with the flame tongue, it manages to move out of the way a little bit, just enough to dodge it. While your second short sword strike hits it, but doesn't seem to damage it as much as the flame tongue did. Get the sense it probably has some kind of resistance.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna also use a superiority die. I'm gonna do distracting attack. So I'll go ahead and roll one of these suckers. Oh shoot, I don't have it set up right. Go ahead and whatever.
Okay, and can you put the stuff for distracting attack in chat if you have it?
Yes. So the next attack roll against the target is going to have advantage.
This attack roll against the target by an attacker other than you has advantage if the attack is made before the start of the next.
Correct.
Okay, so other people attacking will have advantage on it. Got it.
Correct. Yep.
Right. And that it for you?
That's it for me.
Is now the Earth Elemental's turn. Earth Elemental just still raging a little bit. Seems pretty hurt through this little battle. Looks around. Looks upward. You watch as it slowly just starts sinking into the ground right in front of you, Rix. As it's trying to move away, you do get an attack of opportunity.
Okay. Just one, right? I don't get to short sword it too.
No, you just get the one strike.
Okay.
And that barely hits. Go ahead and roll.
Oh, I rolled it before you said. Apparently, I thought it was
I mean,
gonna be it anyway.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. 19 points.
You say he's sinking into the ground?
Yeah, he begins sinking into the ground. And
Oh shit, guys.
Tyler would know about this because she studied similar things. Earth elementals have this weird ability where they can just meld into the ground and glide through it.
Oh
Now
shit.
she's about to see it up close and personal because as it glides into the ground, it suddenly re-emerges right in front of Garuk and Tyler,
Bring it.
taking one slam attack at each of you. So first one against Garuk is going to be 15 to hit,
No.
and the second one against Tyler.
Yeah, that hits.
12 points of bludgeoning damage as this earth elemental suddenly pops up in front of you and just slams its giant rocky fist right into you.
Ow.
We don't know what this glowing green shit's doing to us.
Oh, thank you for reminding me about that, actually.
Damn it!
Both of those would be an advantage.
Come on, guys, it's fun.
Yeah, it's true.
So, just to make sure. Okay. So yeah, Garuk, you still dodge it, and you're still hit with the normal attack. Thank you for reminding me, though, Rix. I appreciate it.
Hey, you know
fair,
how it
fair.
goes.
We remind you about stuff that we forgot, so.
All right.
I've been down that road.
Finn, it is your turn.
That's really funny.
And so fair. As a warlock who recently died because I'm not a meat shield, I understand and feel this on a personal level. Both of those hit. Go ahead and roll damage. All right. 19 points of force damage as two green blasts slam into this earth elemental. You can see it is just barely holding on to its form at this point. Actually, both of those would be. Fair's fair. Both of those would be at advantage as well.
I think it's the first attack.
You want to go ahead and just roll two more just to make sure you don't get a nat 20.
Yeah, that's true. Also, I've been on mute for like the last 2 minutes.
I was about to say you're muted, but
Yep,
popped
nope,
right off.
didn't.
Yeah, the maneuver says that.
Oh
And that is why you
shit!
do it. So that first one, that is a crit, and with that, how do you want to do it?
Dude, just fucking take his head off. Just fucking run over behind Rick's, fucking combat roll across the ground, and fucking pop up from behind him and blast two like black bolts of energy that hit him in the back of the head and just fucking explodes.
With that, you watch as the corpse of the earth elemental just suddenly deteriorates from the head down, slowly fading into loose dirt before sinking itself back into the earth as it has been defeated.
That's how it gets done.
Initiative order is still active.
I'm going to use this
The
opportunity.
chamber is still rumbling.
Yeah, if
And
I
do you
have a
any
minute,
interactions?
I'm gonna switch back to defense mode. Sorry.
You can do that when it gets to your turn. We are still in the turn order.
Oh shit, we are. Okay.
The chamber is still currently rumbling.
How much?
Fuck.
Let me see. So I moved 15. I'm gonna move 15 more feet. I'm gonna move to here so I can see down this tunnel and see if anything's coming.
All right, go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
Okay. And I have forgotten too that when Elvis is touching me, I get resistance to magic. Perception check.
Okay. You notice you don't see anything coming immediately. You do see the shaking of the chamber. It's stopped a little bit, but not quite stopped. It's slowed down a little bit. It's not shaking as intensely as when the earth elemental was present, but it does still appear to be shaking lightly.
Okay.
Tyler, it is currently your turn. You don't currently see any combatants, but what would you like to do?
I think I'm just gonna cast Primal Savagery on myself and see if anything just like pops up in front of me.
All right. You holding your action then, or?
Yeah.
Okay. 1 second here. I'm just trying to make sure of something. Go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
Okay.
Okay. You kind of keep your eyes open for things, you're watching for it, which means that when initiative count 20 occurs, you are able to see... That's weird. Why did that happen? 1 second. That didn't display properly. Okay, yeah, that's just not displaying right. Sure, we're going with the DD&D Beyond version of it. You start noticing the water back behind you, where your brother is currently in and Garuk's kind of on the edge of it. It begins to spiral upwards slightly before forming what appears to be another elemental, this time one made of water.
Ooh.
Kind of stands there in the middle of this water, looking around. Notices your brother behind it, the elf woman in front of it. And because Roll20 is being dumb, we're going to try out my version of Beyond 20. And hopefully that works. As it moves forward in a giant rush of waves, it's going to go ahead and strike at Garuk. With, let me see here. Roll. Sorry, that's supposed to be an advantage because you are still affected. So does a 20 hit? Oh, yeah, that's still weird. It's going to GM. Does a 20 hit you, Garuk?
Yes.
Okay, you take 12 points of bludgeoning damage, followed by another 11 points of bludgeoning damage since a 21 hits you, as this water elemental just rushes towards you and starts slamming right into you. Before slams into you, it's just going to move into your space, and I need you to roll a strength saving throw for me. All right. As you're kind of just recovering from these slam attacks, part of the water elemental seems to branch off underneath you and just hold you down, trapping your movements. You are currently grappled. With that, Taylor, it is your turn.
I will take a couple shots.
All right.
Of course.
Ooh.
All right. One of the arrows just sinks into the water. And nothing happens to it. The second arrow does sink into the water as well, and this time seems to hurt whatever like magical essence is powering this elemental, but does not seem to be as effective as you might hope.
Yeah, I figured as much. And I'll just back out of the water, just to get out of the water.
All right. Garuk, it is your turn. You are currently grappled. What would you like to do?
Try to get out of it.
Okay, let me see here. Go ahead and roll another strength save then. All right, it takes a little bit of finagling, but you're finally able to just push off. It's kind of weird, the water having any kind of like physical substance to push out of, but you are able to push yourself out of it. You are no longer grappled in its space. That was your action to do that, though. You still have your bonus in your movement.
I'm going to back off.
All right. It's going to make one last attack at you as you are backing off, but I'm pretty sure a 17 doesn't hit you.
My armor class is 17.
Oh, crap. You take 8 points of bludgeoning damage because that was a shit roll. It gets one last swipe at you as you back off. With that, it is Rix's turn.
Alright. Running up on him here.
All right, go ahead.
Flame tongue. Short sword.
All right.
Chunk, 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 chunk. Oh shit.
All 4 hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Fuck yeah. Oh, he's not gonna like that.
Let's see. So 21, 18, so 39. And 13, 11, so... Alright. It's a bit of an odd sensation for you, watching as this flaming sword cuts through water and almost makes it steam and evaporate instantly in just small bursts. But you do appear to be doing some damage to this thing. There is significantly less water in the elemental form itself, and the cuts you had previously made with the flame tongue especially now seem to be leaking water as if it's blood.
Oh yeah.
Anything else?
That's it for me.
All right,
Save
top of the
that.
round, Finn, you are up.
Well, I'm safely back out of the way, so I am going to make sure I'm not muted. And then I'm going to shoot it. And I'm going to stay back here, because I can
Alright.
shoot that far easily.
Take your shots. One of those hits.
I think I know which
Can
one
you-
that is.
Yeah, probably a safe guess.
Splash.
All right. Another blast of water ejects off of this water elemental as it takes some damage. Any movement?
Nope. I'll hold tight.
All right.
Do I still
Tyler,
feel like
you're
the
up.
ground trembling?
Yes, it's a little bit lighter now, even lighter than when the elemental died, but it does seem to still be shaking gently.
I'm gonna cast Primal Savagery and attack it.
All right, go ahead and make your strike. That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Ooh.
All right. 12 points of acid damage as you sink. I'm assuming this is on your hand that happens,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
All right. You sink your claws into it, hoping to steam away some of this water elemental. It doesn't seem like it's doing as much damage as it could be.
Okay.
The fact that it's completely made of roiling, swirling water seems like it's kind of just canceling out some of the effects of the acid.
Alright.
Any movement? Anything else?
No, I'll stay here.
All right. At initiative count 20. Let's see. Water elemental. Yeah, the water elemental is just going to keep... Now it has 2 different targets right in front of it, so it's going to make a strike at Tyler and a strike at Rix. Both with advantage because you guys are still fairy fired. Rix, does a 19 hit you?
Yes, it does.
You take 9 points of bludgeoning damage as this watery tendril just slams into you.
Oh. Not good.
And Tyler, I'm betting a 22 hits you.
Yep.
You take 14 points of bludgeoning damage as another watery tendril slams into you. And I need to roll... Nope, alright. Does not recharge its whelm ability. So, with that... Let me see... Finn, go ahead and roll another perception check for me.
Okay.
Too focused on combat. Never mind.
Damn it.
Killer Red Fire, it is your turn.
I guess I will shoot it again.
Natural 20. Both of those hit. Go ahead and roll damage. 11, 11. All right. Both arrows sink in, one going a little bit farther in than the other one. Still not doing as much damage as some of the other attacks you've seen, but making its way through it.
And I will stay where I'm at.
All right. Karuk, it is your turn.
I will shoot it with my short bow.
All right, go ahead and make your shots. Both of those hit. Go ahead and roll damage. All right. The elemental appears to be doing worse and worse as you guys are just sinking attack after attack into it. 2 more arrows going into its watery form, being sucked up into the vortex that is its being. It's starting to look pretty rough. Rix, your turn.
Flame tongue. Short sword. God damn, look at that shit.
That
works.
all but that last short sword strike hit.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, math. All right. Yeah, that is more than enough. How do you want to do this?
Ooh, did my second flame tongue hit? My first and second?
Your first and second flame tongue hit. The only one that missed was that last short sword strike. Although it died on your first short sword strike. So.
Oh, okay. Well, it doesn't matter. So I swing with my first flame tongue, and when I'm bringing it back the second time, it still catches with the flames from the first swing, and it just cuts through and just fucking evaporates it and just sucks it into the pool.
You guys watch as the elemental begins just dissipating in a cloud of light, mist, and steam, as whatever magical force was holding this elemental together seems to evaporate, and it just becomes a pool of water that rushes along slowly with the rest of the stream. Finn, you notice the chamber. Actually, all of you would notice now that combat seems to have ended again. The chamber no longer appears to be shaking. Finn, your passive perception, because it's so goddamn high, you do hear what appears to be the sound, that same sound of soft leather scraping on stone, appears to be coming from above you and away from you. Sounds like someone might have been above you helping out or controlling these elementals. They're now running away.
They goddamn better be. Get the fucking asses kicked. How's everybody doing?
I'm alright. Could be better, though.
Yeah, I have felt better. If we got a minute, I'm gonna use some hit die.
Yeah, man, I'm cool taking a fucking breather if you guys are.
Yeah, it's fine.
And after a minute or so, you guys are no longer green. Yeah, the effect of fairy fire appears to have disappeared.
Yeah, I have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects.
Is that just one of your invocations or some shit?
No, it's because he's my familiar. So if I'm physically touching him, or I think if I'm within 10 feet of him, and I'll have to look, but I get it because of Elvis. Hold on. I had it open. I think it's something with pseudo dragons. Yeah, when it's within 10 feet of me, I get magic resistance.
How long is the short rest, Corey? Is it an hour?
It's about 30 minutes to an hour.
Okay. I'd get my superiority die back then, too.
Yep.
Everybody else feeling good?
Yeah, I feel fucking great.
I'm fine.
Well, thanks for waiting on me.
No, it's cool.
Me.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No problem.
Groot
All
got
right. Yeah.
fucking
I
whacked
think you're
too.
fine with that. Yeah. Pseudo Dragon has advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. Okay. I will remember that in the future.
Oh, that's on me to remember, not you. You're good.
All right.
Yeah, there it is. I guess I could have just clicked on that and saved you the trouble looking it up. I didn't realize I could click on it until just now.
All right. So, with that, you guys take a little bit of a rest. If anyone wants to take a break, we can take a break now, since characters are. If not, I'm good to continue.
I could use a quick break.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I'll pop upstairs, holler at the boys.
Yeah.
We'll go and take a quick 5-10 minute break while they take 30 minutes to an hour break in
There we go.
game. So
All
we'll
right.
be back then.
There you go.
No,
Sounds
Peace.
good. back.
Hello.
I'm back.
Hello.
Welcome back.
What's happening?
After all that shit I talked about, buying movies off Disney Plus,
Did you guys buy it? Huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Isn't it
So
like
we've got the
30
three.
bucks?
Yeah. So we've got the three little ones here, and I just walked up there, and it was total fucking chaos. They were climbing behind the couch. There was popcorn and candy all over the floor.
Oh my
Said,
gosh.
how's the movie, guys?
Well, the other half of your children are in my boys' bunk beds. I just got them waters. They're all just glued to screens, and Rachel's in bed
Yeah.
asleep.
Dead asleep. Yeah, Amberly's up in our room just watching TV. I don't blame her. It was
Rachel
a long
might not be
ass day.
asleep yet, but she's definitely headed that direction. I have to go kick them all off screens at 11:30. So if we're still playing at 11:30, I'll have to duck out for 5 minutes to go confiscate electronic devices from children.
We will only play that late if everyone wants to. For once, I have enough content to make it that far.
I'm fine with playing however late.
I'm set
Go as
up.
long as you want, DM.
Oh, good. Are you back yet?
Yeah.
I guess.
Any time constraints
No,
on your end?
I'm a little out of it. All right.
That's fair. Yeah.
I haven't had the best 2 days so far, so
Yeah, no, that's fair.
yeah. Having a
All right.
car accident and then going into work in an automotive shop is not fun.
No.
Yeah, sounds
not good.
all bad.
Oh, it is. I'm hurting badly.
Ouch.
Well, you might potentially have a breaking off point here soon. So if everyone wants to continue and you're not feeling like you need to step out, we can do that. Just let me know.
All right.
But since everyone's back, we can go ahead and pick up. All right. As you guys finish recovering here inside of this cave, the gentle water sounds coming off from behind you. The shaking in the cavern has ended. It is now still once again. You guys have spent some time healing up, catching your breath, some of you getting abilities back. Wolfpack, what would you like to do?
I don't know, we'll go left or right.
Well, we were gonna go right before we were rudely interrupted.
Oh, that's right. We were headed that way, so yeah.
Yeah.
As well.
That's where we were going before.
Okay.
All right. You guys continue heading on. You do see off to the right a little bit, it looks to be a deep pool of water. It heads off into an underground cavern. It looks almost like this is some kind of underground spring that someone tried to build a bridge over at some point, but that bridge has fallen apart. The cavern does continue up. There's a little bit of a ledge. It looks to be about a little bit over 5 feet on both sides of this pool. You could pretty easily climb up there if you wanted to.
Okay. I'll climb up. Okay, so it looks like, yeah, going down, that just circles.
Yep. You climb up onto that one ledge, and it looks like the cavern had a lot more room to it. It just didn't seem like it got used a whole lot. But you do see what looks to be a tunnel heading off over to the southwest a little bit. Off to your left a little.
Down here?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
You continue on. You can see there's another ledge, another about 5 feet, drops down this time. But you do see what looks to be some light peeking around the corner of one area down there. It seems to be getting brighter as you get closer.
Okay. I'll stop right here. Wait for everybody to catch up. Does it look like daylight, or is it like flickering like flames?
Go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
We'll do the same.
Anyone who wishes to can roll a perception check, because you're kind of waiting around the side, this corner here. All right, Karuk, you're still a little bit stunned from that fight. Not quite, you're having a little trouble focusing on anything. Taylor, it's still a little hard to hear over the sound of that fucking armor and that clock. But you do notice the soft flickering of torchlight. The rest of you, Finn as well, you notice the soft flickering of light. Tyler and Rix, you both are kind of able to pick up on it. There is a lot of torchlight. You're able to see the soft flickering of it, but some of the light appears to be natural as well. Not sure to what degree, but it looks like a mix of sunlight and firelight.
Okay.
Open it up.
Gotcha. I'm gonna try to just peek around the corner.
Okay. You're trying to keep low, or are you just pretty casually poking your head out?
No, I'm not being casual. I'm trying to kind of be sneaky about it. Just kind of.
Stealth check. You still in attack form?
Yeah, I am. That
All
gives me
right.
disadvantage,
Yep.
doesn't it?
Stealth check at disadvantage.
I was probably not the best person to do this. Eh.
I mean, there's only one exit. We gotta come out at some point.
Yeah, you're right. I guess it did shut in behind us.
All right. You just gently peek your head out a little bit. You're keeping the helmet off because the helmet would clearly give you away. But peeking your head out just a little bit, you're able to see what looks to be off in the distance. This is a mountain. This is very much a mountain that you're entering, but it's a hollowed out mountain. The top of it appears to be a just spot of daylight coming in, lighting up the central area of this mountain. Around all the outside edges, there appear to be different caverns and tents and things like that scattered around from what you can see. It's a little hard from your vantage point, but you do see a lot of torchlight. More immediately, though, just generally surrounding this exit that you guys are getting ready to go through, some 20, 30 people, various races. It's a little hard to see, make any specifics at this distance. But they all appear to be like waiting for you to come out. Most of them have bows and arrows. You are very clearly able to see the light of their arrowheads and some of the armor in the flickering torchlight.
Yeah, so there's about 30 people out there, and they're ready to let it fly at us. They definitely know we're here.
I mean, this is what we're looking for, though, right? Maybe the red fire should go first.
I guess so. Yeah.
I mean, still though, Rexy, you wanna, suit up a little bit?
We can lead.
Yeah, I'll I don't know, maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe I should maybe I should unsuit.
Yeah,
No, because either they're cool with them and we're good no matter what you look like, or they're not cool with us at all, and then you being a gigantic fucking slab of metal is going to be super beneficial for us.
All right.
Yeah, but
I'll go defense mode.
Message.
Yep.
It's
AC
defensive.
21.
Suddenly, there's a space marine with you.
Damn it.
I do. My swords are sheathed, and
away.
I still am. I kind of have my hands up, but I'm also looking as intimidating as I can without being aggressive. If that makes sense.
I'm casually staying directly behind Rix at all times.
I'll slowly make my way forward.
All right. So, with you heading out first, the twins eventually, you all come out and see this hollowed out mountain with scattering torchlight all along the edges where the mountainsides, the interior mountainsides would be, funneling downwards. The soft daylight still coming through the hollowed out top of this. It looks almost like the top's just been completely sheared away. This is like a hollowed out volcano or something. You see scattered ruins throughout the central chamber. Various buildings mostly in very much disrepair. Some maybe having like a single wall or the remnants of a couple of different walls forming a rough building shape. Mostly what you're seeing is tents scattered around this area. But that's off in the distance because immediately in front of you are about 20 to 30 bowmen with arrows now trained on you as you emerging out in this giant metallic form with a few people behind you. Now that you're able to see them, they all appear to have torches staked into the ground so that they can give some firelight for everybody. As far as who they are, you do see various races, a lot of dwarves, some elves, even a couple humans, not a lot, a few orc bloods, a few half elves, And off, kind of in the lower ranks, right in front, are even a couple of goblins and one bugbear with a giant crossbow in the back, aiming right at you. As one, what appears to be an elf in nice leather armor, steps forward, helm already on, crossbow at the ready. State your identities and your business.
We're the Red Fires. Hi, this is the Wolf Pack. We're mercenaries.
How did you know the password to get in?
We met a bunch of your squad like a ways off in the woods. They were attacking an Imperial patrol. We kind of helped.
It was speaking out with voices.
Kind of leans off to the side a little bit, listens to someone talking or whisper into his ear, another elf. You two, would you happen to be Taylor and Tyler Redfire?
Yes.
Yep.
Your father is Torol.
Yep.
Did you come here seeking business with him or for some other reason?
I don't like being pointed out with a bunch of weapons. I'm sorry. I'm a little distracted.
Fuck that. I bet we can take him.
Shut up.
Go ahead and make
Why?
go ahead and make a persuasion check. I'll say Tyler.
Tell you what, in defense mode, that first swarm of arrows would probably not hit us. After that, I can't guarantee anything.
He seems to just kind of ponder your statement a little bit. Finally, looks off to the side at one of his underlings and just nods his head softly. The vast majority of the weapons are now lowered, bowstrings eased up on, so that they are not at the ready. The bugbear just kind of off in the background, lowers his crossbow.
Rick, you want to de-escalate too?
I go into no mode. I just am.
You see a couple of them kind of jump, and one almost pulls his bowstring a little bit, but the whoever appears to be in charge is Elf in charge. Just hold his hand up. Hold. Just his armor. Don't try anything funny. Your father's being sent for.
I've still got my hands up too, away from my swords.
Okay. This elf kind of walks up, ends up pulling his helmet off, pulls off to the side. You can see he is a wood elf. Seems to have his dark hair kind of slicked back, cut shorter than most elves would. Nothing tied at the back of his neck. It's much too short for that. Fine elven leather. Now you're able to see it in detail as he gets a little bit closer. My name is Overseer Rel Birchwood. I'm the Master of Defense of this place. Said you're mercenaries?
It's
Yep.
nice to meet you. Technically.
Did you come here seeking work? Or did you come here to see your father?
Kinda came here to see about our dad, just to see if he was okay.
But like, we're not super opposed to work if it's,
Depends on the
tangential to what we're doing.
Just kind of looks at you. The rest of you, he's kind of okay with for the most part. He kind of gives you the dirty eye, Finn.
So, racist motherfucker.
And what exactly is your standing with the Empire? How do you feel about it killing the non-humans within its borders?
Like me personally? Is he talking to me?
He's looking dead at you when he says this. Doesn't appear to be. It's almost like he's casting the question at all of you, but he's very much like singling you out.
Cool. Well, let's see. There was the part where I helped shoot up a patrol. There's this clearly non-human squad that I've been rolling around with for the last while. No, it sucks. It's dumb and weird and pointless. So yeah, fuck the Empire.
Just kind of nods his head a little bit, and you hear off back a ways from the group, walking towards your guys' group, and towards the throng of soldiers as well, a female voice call out, "I'll vouch for them, Overseer. They, human there is actually correct. They did help us out earlier." Approaching is a half-elf female with some red hair, tied back well, familiar to you, as you've seen her once before, although you didn't get an introduction with her. This is the same half-elf captain that had met with you and given you the name, or the passcode to get in. Rel just kind of looks over. Hunter Captain Auralia, of course it's you. You
Yep,
vouch
her.
for them as well?
That's when we met on the road.
She just nods her head and looks at you, smiles a little bit. Yeah, we ambushed. They were being interrogated by a patrol that we ambushed, and they took it upon themselves to jump in. We didn't even ask for help. We just did it. That human you're giving the stink eye to, actually, in particular, led the initiative there. It was interesting to see. It's not something I would have expected out of anyone here in the Redwood. Rel just kind of nods his head a little bit. Well, your father's being sent for. I will leave them in your care for now, Auralia. Not to be dismissed until Torral has spoken with them and figured out their motives. I need to go see about talking to our defense team and what happened with the elementals. Clearly, they're not enough to stop at least a mercenary group, so I wouldn't want to see them trying to stop anything larger.
I mean, we're no fucking joke, homie, just to clear that fucking up. Like, your things were tough. Like, these dudes are just badass. So, just keep that.
Offense, Mage, but while you are strong, you're not exactly their equivalent of a squad of light blades.
No, we got, what, 3? Or was it just 2? I can't remember.
It's two.
It's
It's
just
just two that you guys are running away from for the most part.
Yeah, we got 2
Out
of
of
them.
fucking window.
Like how many? What's like a company? Is there like 10 of them? Because we smoked those 2 a while ago.
Squad of them usually is made up of 10 to 12, depending on the needs of the squad.
I mean, we handle those 2 pretty easy. I'd say we could probably get at least that many.
Maybe.
Hopefully, you don't have to find out anytime soon.
Nope.
Anyway, Auralia, watch them. They walk away or do anything untoward. Blame rests with you. And with that, he just leaves. Auralia comes a little bit closer.
Nice
Don't
meeting
mind
you.
Mind him. Rel always has to stick up his ass. It's part of the. I usually make fun of him. His last name is Birchwood, but it's not like he has to sit on the Birchwood. So
He probably enjoys it.
Yeah, that dude was pleasant.
for the record, he can probably still hear you. I'm just maybe be careful. He is technically one of the number 2s here. Not like that. Anyway, nice to formally meet you now. My name is Hunter Captain Auralia, and I was kind of hoping you guys would come by. I wasn't expecting you to kind of rush in the way you did, or dispel one of our pillars, or have to fight any of our elementals. You guys even went down the right path and were almost here, and then you doubled back.
Yeah, we may have outthought ourselves on that one.
A little bit, yeah. It seemed like you guys were out of the wood. Like, you could have been here a lot sooner.
He just gives you all, like, Taylor just gives you all a look, just like, really?
I just shrug.
Yeah. Out of game, cool. That was the map that I had literally archived after you guys went down the center path, thinking you guys got out of combat, and then you went back to it.
Yep, out of the game. I have to that in character, and I have to that out of character. So
And
I will
game,
admit
I'm
that.
pretty sure they did that just to make you happy because we skip combat so much.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you. All right. But yeah, she just kind of looks around. Oral should be here soon. I don't think he was in the middle of anything too pressing.
Is it cool if I smoke?
I was wondering the same thing.
She kind of sniffs a little bit. Only if you share.
All right.
You get baked before you meet your dad.
Yeah.
You guys can get baked. I'm
I
not.
was just thinking that.
I'm
100%.
level-headed.
Just show up all red. Tyler Red Eye. I mean Red Fire. Raleigh just takes a single puff, and it's just like, anyway, yeah. There he is, and you see off about 60 or so feet. He's still coming towards this way. A couple of different guards following behind someone who, to the twins, looks a little familiar. Not that familiar because it's a little bit different. You're used to him having his hair's a little bit longer than the last time you saw, and it's tied back at the nape of his neck, but it's rough and tangled in spots, like it hasn't been well cared for. You're used to him being a military man, so he normally took very, very good care of his appearance, since he was always reflecting the Empire. Now he's kind of let himself go a little bit. What once was a sometimes clean-shaven or maybe a thin goatee is now a thick, bushy beard like you'd expect on any kind of survivalist or someone, wild man. Covers most of his jaw and mouth, and where you're able to see his eyes as he gets closer, they still look just as perceptive as ever, but now they have this almost tired and like dark bloodshot look to him, which, hilariously enough, matches your own, Tyler. His armor, which you're used to seeing as impeccable standard service armor of the Imperial Rangers, looks to be kind of stained in a few spots and repaired, as if he'd seen some more recent combat. A little more well-worn than usual since it's no longer being replaced. Where the emblem of the Imperial Rangers would have been etched into the chest of the leather, it's almost been like damaged or obscured. It looks like someone tried to like scrape it off, but since it's basically made into the leather, it's kind of hard to get rid of. It's very much damaged though, so it looks as if he's kind of trying to disavow himself a little bit from the Rangers. You do still see at his hip the ever-present short sword of Imperial style, as well as on his other hip a quiver attached to the belt, and a fine bow made of Meridian redwood slung across his back, with a dark black and green cloak kind of over it a little bit. The standard of the Imperial Rangers, as Taylor would remember seeing quite a bit of when out training. But as he gets a little bit closer, he just kind of slows down a little bit, notices the entire group, but he's very, very much looking at two individuals in particular, as he just keeps getting a little bit closer. The guards said my son and daughter were here, and I don't think I really believed them until now. I don't really know what to say.
Hi would be a good start.
He chuckles a little bit. Right. Hi. How did you find me? How did you get here?
Well, I mean, we tracked you here, kind of.
Well, it seems like it. Well,
I mean, yeah, we heard you were in trouble.
Relative. We'll get into that. Did you come out here for my sake? Like, it's with how dangerous it is. Okay? Did you have any trouble?
Well,
I don't really know what I'm trying to ask right now. I was not expecting you both to be here. It's a war zone out there.
yeah, it is.
And don't get me wrong, I'm so happy. I'm happy to see you. Truly. And he comes closer and It seems like he's wanting to initiate a hug, but doesn't really know how to do that.
Taylor will just walk towards him and give him a hug.
Yeah, I'll join in.
All right, he takes it. It's a little awkward, given what you remember of your time right before you left and how he was and getting a little distant and everything, and coupled with now seeing him as this scraggly stranger who just doesn't know how to respond to his kids. It is a little awkward, but it's also kind of nice, seeing him in person, knowing that he's alive and okay. He kind of stands back a little bit, just looks at you both. Look at you both. Looks at you, Taylor. I get the bow skills have been getting better.
Thanks to you.
That's good. I hope everything I showed you is paying off. And looks over at you, Tyler, and you. Spitting image of her. I can feel
right?
the energy off. It's powerful and yeah. What are you guys doing here?
Well, I kind of wanted to talk to you about what we found that the Empire was doing. They decimated an island with some sort of cannon. I almost got caught up in it, so
yeah, that sounds important. He just kind of looks around, still notices all the soldiers who are awkwardly trying to listen and watch, but not make it too obvious that that's what they're doing. Everybody return to your posts. Standard patrols are to be resumed. Someone go seal up the entrance for now. Looks at you guys. Did you guys leave anything outside?
Throw up.
And Roach.
Yeah, our wagon. And his wolf.
Yeah. That too. That's down at the bottom.
He looks at you, Taylor. You have a wolf?
I do.
she's so cute.
I look forward to meeting her. He looks over at a couple of the soldiers. Go retrieve the wagon and the wolf. Be careful. Is the wolf going to attack them?
Can I come with just to make sure?
Yeah. Well, I'll send you with them in a little bit. It sounds like we may need to talk first. Get eyes on the wagon and the wolf and make sure nothing happens to them. I'll send them with you shortly to go get them. Everybody else, back to business. All the other soldiers seem to just scatter off to their normal positions. It looks like this was very much like a rushed defense of possible intruders when you guys were entering. Everyone else just kind of goes, most of them relaxing, taking off their armor and weapons, seem to be resuming any kind of details. And you're noticing it now, as everything seems to have calmed down a little bit. You had previously only seen the soldiers, but now you're seeing, emerging out of some of the caverns on the sides and the tents here in the middle of the cavern, civilians, younger people, like children, some women that are wearing armor and carrying a bow or a crossbow in general as well, but civilians, basically. This isn't just a military camp, it looks like. It looks like this is also just some kind of lost city or hideout, refugees. Torol looks at all of you. If you all want to come with me, we'll head to my command pavilion. We can talk there. Sounds like we have quite a bit to discuss. For those that aren't, I don't know three of you. My name is Torol Redfire. I'm Twins here's dad, and as of not too long ago, I'm the current head of the Voiceless. I would like to welcome you to Coralaria.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Tal'Dorei. Did you say the Voiceless?
Yes. We're never officially named by the Empire. They don't want to give any kind of legitimacy to our movement, but a while back, he starts explaining this. He's walking you towards the center of the refugee camp, towards one of the bigger tents, it looks like. A while back, whenever this kind of movement came together, it was mostly non-humans, but a few disenfranchised people as well, started feeling like they didn't have a voice in the Empire. So when they came together and wanted to start trying to fight for something, they named themselves the Voiceless. As far as I know, it's the Empire refuses to name them as such. We're always just the rebels or the terrorists, things like that. Sounds catchier for their propaganda.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's a good thing you got going here.
Oh, I can't take credit for it. I inherited it a couple of months ago. And as you're kind of thinking a little bit, are any of you proficient in history?
No.
Nope.
All right. Nope. Never mind then. None of you recognize the name Curlaria. But you continue walking a little bit. He gives a little bit more explanation. Yeah. A couple months ago, when I first defected from the Empire, I ended up just drifting in with these people, and the former leader, she took me under her wing and taught me the ins and outs of what was being done here. And when she passed, apparently I had made enough of an impression with her that she wanted me to take over.
Huh.
Not that I'm popular with every one of them. I think you had the pleasure of meeting Overseer Birchwood. He's my biggest fan, but to be fair, I wouldn't be a fan of humans if I've spent most of his adult life hating them as well.
Seem to be doing a good job,
Anyway.
though.
I mean, making the most of what we have. You know, it's not exactly easy living under a mountain, but do what we can. Try to help those we can.
You're wanted for treason.
Probably a good thing you're hiding under a mountain.
Well, the he opens up. He eventually leads you to this giant tent. It's massive in scale, but you enter inside of it. Off to one side looks to be like a small living area separated by a curtain. But the vast majority of this tent is occupied by a very large, detailed map of the redwood forest, as well as some drawings of what indicate underground tunnels in the Black Rise Mountains themselves. You're not entirely sure where these tunnels are, but you do recognize a few of them as similar in curve and turn to the ones you went through earlier. Most of this looks to be, it's a command pavilion for the most part. This looks like where he both lives and does all of his work when possible. But he comes in, shows you over to a couple different chairs that look like they regularly use when going over field reports, things like that. Sits down himself with one. Yeah, I mean, treason. Well, I ended up finding out couldn't have been more than 5-6 months after you left. I mean, we always thought what happened to your mother was out of the ordinary. I wasn't sure what to look for with what you had told me, Tyler. But I started finding some irregularities in some of the reports we received from out in the wilderness. And when I looked into it a little more, I started being able to connect dots that I didn't know existed. It seemed like over the last decade or so, key individuals in both Elvenon and in here in the Redwood, anytime one of them would raise a little too much ire for the Empire's liking, something would happen to them. Wild beast attacking them, wild magic here in the Redwood going awry and leading to someone's death or just them being lost to time. Some of them being killed outright. Someone was doing it, and it seemed to coincide with things that the Empire wanted done that were meeting resistance here in this province. So when I realized that, it kind of clicked that something might be going on. So I Well, I made the mistake of asking a superior about it, and that night I found someone trying to assassinate me. Uh,
Oh,
I've been on the run since. So, thankfully, I don't think it was the same person that went after your mother, but skilled. They got away and I got away. So, but ever since then, I made my way out here. I ended up falling in with the voiceless. Like I said, the leader, little gnome named Pike. She took me in, and I got a lot of shit in the beginning of it because former ranger, still a human, expected, but I think it kind of helped that I knew what the Empire was doing to them. So, yeah. And now here I am, and now here you are with stories of islands being destroyed, and I have no idea what to do with that information. So
I
what
didn't
what
either.
exactly happened?
Okay, so we were patrolling this island. I don't quite remember why. I mean, we did hear like a thing go off. We saw it go off. So we were investigating. And
Yeah,
then,
they built this big fuck you cannon.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what took us out there.
They were
Where was this built?
It's
Corda,
in Corda.
like up in the rich district. It's gigantic.
He goes and starts going through a couple of field reports, pulls one, finally looks at it. Yeah, we'd heard something had been built. We hadn't been able to get spies to identify exactly what it was, though.
And our friend
So you're
Finn here
you're saying it's a giant weapon.
It's a big old cannon.
got good eyes
It
on
blew
it.
up this whole like village of Aarakocra on this island, like way out in the water.
they were killing survivors when I was on the island.
I am so sorry you had to see that. That's not great.
No.
That's really not great.
No.
Is there any
atrocious.
idea if they can use this weapon anywhere on land, or is it just
I mean, I
for
think they
things
can just
on the water?
point and shoot. I mean, I think all they do is turn it.
Elvis here
that's-
got eyes on it, and it appeared to be, I don't know, was it runes that you saw that were activating it, Finn?
Yeah, it was all magicked up.
Yeah, it's definitely magic.
That's definitely not good. Oh, shit. I'm not the most I don't really know what to do with that information, if I'm being entirely honest. We've always been guerrillas out here in the forest. Something like that on that scale, that's horrifying and terrifying and every other kind of eyeing I can think of.
Well, how far out was that island?
The distance was a little hard to judge because you guys had basically the equivalent of a speedboat. But it was a good fucking distance.
We determined that the distance from Corda to that island, from where it hit, it could easily hit this far north as well. And that doesn't even imply that that was its longest range.
Yeah, that was just a test
This
shot.
sounds a little.
Yeah, that was
Test
probably
shot.
just a test
Okay.
shot.
This sounds a little out of my range. Hold on a minute. He stands up and goes to the front entrance of his tent. There were a couple of guards that had followed you and were just kind of posted up. He leans over. Someone go see if Avandre is available. I think we have need of them. Guard kind of walks off. You hear him step away. Toril comes back, takes a seat. Sending for the our chief magic user mage. Sorry, brain not working great after that information. Hard to process.
Yeah.
Overseer of Mystics of Andre has been summoned. Hopefully they have. I don't even know if they'll know anything about it, but hopefully we'll see. So they have a giant cannon that they can now just destroy anything they want at great distances. That's exactly what a genocidal empire needed. Oh, good. Well, this war just got much more interesting. He just kind of leans against the table a little bit and scratches at his hair. Please tell me that's the worst of the news you have.
I'm just gonna look at Finn.
I think that's it, right? I mean, like, the foundation of their religion's built on a lie. But other than
Right.
that, that's it.
He just kind of looks at you a little bit, and like you can see the gears in his head just clinging to a stop. We'll process that one later. That sounds well above anything
That's way big picture.
Yeah.
Oh, we have some leads on how we can kill the guy who killed Mom, so that's great. We just gotta kill all his goonies first.
Wait, so you know who it is now?
Yeah, we met him. Unfortunately.
You met him.
Yep.
He's kind of a dick.
And
Wasn't
you're alive?
I think it's kind of like a cat and mouse sort of situation at the moment.
Well, which is which? Because that can be very good or very bad.
I think he thinks that it's going his way, and I don't think it will.
That would be where the light blades came in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Light blades. I don't think I was there for that. You fought light blades?
Took out 2 of them. Yeah, when we got set up and ambushed by the blade, the dude that killed your wife, ex-wife.
I just nod.
Wife.
Yes. Yeah, and then we got attacked by some light blades, and he left.
And then you took out the light blades.
Yes.
That's
like me. Yeah, it was like a group effort for sure.
That's no small feat, for sure. Light blades are some of the deadliest forces in the Empire. I mean, our guerrilla patrols operate under the premise of if we find a light blade anywhere, we run because we are not in a position to fight that fight, not with how unpredictable they can be.
We stuck it out for 2. I'm not certain we would have tried to stick around for 3.
Oh, I bet we could take 3.
Might be able to now.
That's true.
Oh, that's the case. You seem to be capable individuals. I know 2 of you at least came here to seek me and pass on this knowledge, which I'm grateful for, and to check up on me, and I'm grateful for that too, both as a person and a father. But the rest of you, I mean, what are your plans going forward now?
Yeah, I got nothing real concrete. I'm just kind of just along for the ride. So
I'm enjoying this work for sure. But
so if that means we get to be rebels for a while, then I guess we'll do it.
Well, you had mentioned that at least to the guards at first, you were mercenaries. Are you looking for work?
No, we all think.
Never turned down work.
Yeah, I mean, for some time now we've been taking jobs and making money, but I don't know, for me personally, it's getting kind of personal. I mean, I'm happy to keep up with this, and I mean, what else are we gonna do here? May as well do something good.
Are you looking to get involved in this war?
I think in a way we already are.
I was gonna say. It's too late.
Well, if you're wanting to, I won't turn down the help. I normally would have be very, very concerned for you 2, but considering you did just kill an earth elemental and a water elemental that were guarding the entrance to my secret underground lair, I guess I shouldn't be that concerned yet.
Whoops.
Don't worry about it. Rudy was getting old. We needed to make a new one anyway.
I have a giant fuck you suit that does some good.
Someone mentioned that. I have someone who might be interested in talking with you about that if you're interested in getting involved.
It won't stop ticking.
Is that what that noise is? I was wondering.
It's got a clock in that thing.
What's a clock?
It like time.
Fancy, yeah.
You just look at it.
Odd, but also mildly unnerving.
And oddly soothing once you get kind of used to it.
Fair enough.
My shit crashed.
Well,
sorry.
No worries. He just kind of looks at you guys. Well, in that case, yeah. I mean, we might have work for you. At least one person that would want to talk to you, Mr. Ricks, especially about that suit. As he's kind of finishing that statement, the guard comes back in that he had sent off. Commander, Overseer of Andre is currently out. Will be here shortly after they wrap up what they were working on. Understood. Well, in that case, we've got a little bit of time. Taylor, if you want to go get your wolf, I can have the guards escort you. If anyone wants to go get their things from the wagon or just bring the wagon in general, we can do that. We do have an underground area where we store our own horses and wagons and such.
Yeah, anybody want to come with?
Rick, you probably have to go drive the wagon, right?
Yeah. I can go with you if you need me to.
I mean, if you need a wagon driver, I can send one of the guards. Should be able to help with that. He just kind of looks at you again, Riggs. Overseer Draken would be. He'd kill me if I didn't give him the opportunity now. If you guys want to go grab your things, he can have the conversation with Draken to get that knocked out of the way. It's best not to leave him waiting for any kind of that. Turns out hobgoblins don't have patience. Let's put it that way. If he finds out I held you up. Anyway, if you wanted to go take a little bit of time to go get that, we can meet back here. Avandre should be done whenever. I try not to hold them to time.
Okay.
All right. With that, you guys kind of break off a little bit. Most of you heading to go get the wagon and Kisa and your stuff. Rix, you break off and you go have a conversation with another individual.
Okay.
Your choice if you want to roleplay that out or not.
Do it.
Yeah.
Sure. All right. One of the guards leads you over to another command tent. Small, much smaller. This one, the interior of it, there's nothing. Obviously, because it's a tent, you can't hang anything on the walls. But along all of the outer edges of this tent or the inner, like inside of it, but along the edges of it are just racks and racks of weapons and armor of different sizes, styles. Some looking a little more monstrous than others. Some with barbs, things you wouldn't expect out of like honorable warfare. Suits of armor meant for different sizes of people, goblin, hobgoblin. One even looks like it might fit that bugbear you saw earlier. Various human sizes as well, different kinds. But standing in the middle of the area, just kind of testing out a couple different swords in a dual sword pattern, is a about 6.5 foot tall, orange-skinned individual with black hair tied into a very tight bun at the back of his skull, wearing some reasonable scale armor with a light armored skirt, some heavy boots on his feet. Swinging these around, he just kind of stops. Are you the giant individual I heard about?
Do I look like a giant?
No, that's why I asked.
I'll put my hands up and smile and activate the suit, and I'll go through all 3 stages.
You activate the helmet as well?
I do, yes. And then whenever I'm done,
Goblin's cock, that's different.
And then when I'm done, I put my finger up to my mouth as if I'm doing a shush, and I put my watch up into the air and see if he can hear it.
The fuck is that supposed to be? Are you about to explode or some shit?
I'll go back down. Zzz. That's my watch.
What in the fuck is a watch?
Kind of give him a cock-headed look. Well, you wanted to see this. I was kind of thinking maybe you could tell me what it is, but apparently you don't know either.
I mean, I don't know any of that shit. I mean, that's impressive. I heard there was a giant armored behemoth, and that's different. Looking for work? I work for you if you're looking for work.
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of things going through my head, and there's a lot of moving parts going on right now. I have some good friends out there, though. I want to make sure they're good.
I mean, you can do that all you want. It's if you want to stay on with them as mercenaries or some shit, that's fine. I can give you work that way. But I'm gonna tell you right now, I have not seen shit like that since I fought a light blade, and we have a light blade of our own like that. You see your ass leading some strikes, and the Empire back in their fucking place. Want to get involved? You want to get involved?
Things got personal for me down in Corda, and I did latch onto these guys out here, and it's been a nice run, and I kind of feel like maybe you guys might need me a little more.
Oh, we never turned down help.
I see what's going on up here. I see what's going on down there. It's ugly. Those guys out there, they can take care of themselves. They're strong. Yeah. I'll stick around for a little while.
What's your name, son?
Tal'Dorei. You can call me Rix.
Well, I plan to. I don't know about any of that elf shit. That ain't me. That's Rix. I can do that. Well, Hunter Captain Rix. It was Overseer Drekken. I will be your superior. Do you understand me, son?
Indeed I do, sir.
Holds his hand out to shake your hand.
Take his hand.
Welcome aboard, son. Welcome back to the army.
Thank you.
While that's happening, the rest of you, as you're making your way out to go get the wagon and Kisa and your stuff, if there's anything you would like to talk about. Otherwise, we will skip to when you get back.
Yeah, nothing I can think of.
Well, I'm sure I talk constantly, but probably not about anything of consequence.
All right. In that case, you guys make your way back. As you come back up into the main chamber area, being led, you enter through a completely different part of the mountain, for the record. And you actually, when you came out to get the wagon and Kisa, you exited via a completely different passage. It was about another half mile west of where you guys initially entered, but it was at ground level. So you were able to just walk out onto the area where the wagon and everything was, and then escort the wagon back in. But you make your way back in. You start heading towards the command pavilion. As you do, you notice this hobgoblin individual with scale armor on, just kind of walking towards the command pavilion as well, with Rix right next to him. They're just kind of gently talking. The hobgoblin notices your approach. Are these the folks you were mentioning?
Yes, it is. Indeed, it is.
Oh. Good to meet you. You two, he points at the twins. You two I fucking recognize. I would not mistake dead ass eyes of Torals anywhere else.
Thanks.
Don't take it personally. That was a compliment. I mean, I like the guy. He's cool. Name's Overseer Drekken. The Overseer of War. here in Krillaria. Trying to keep all these shitheads from getting themselves killed while sticking one right in the Empire's craw, if you know what I mean.
Yep. Gotcha.
But anyway, just kind of taps you on the shoulder, Rix. Our Captain, it was good to talk to you, and expect you probably have some talking to do yourself. I'll talk to me after you're done.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Nice to meet you all. He just waves and walks off.
Who what now?
Guys, get everything taken care of there?
Yep.
So,
Sounds like you joined up.
yeah. I don't want you guys to think it's anything personal either. It's that whole purpose-driven life thing. I know what we're doing, and I know what they're doing up here, and just for a while I've just been kind of running with it, and I think they can use me up here. I'm gonna stick around with these guys for a while.
I think
It
you'll
was
fit in pretty.
yeah. I've got this big fuck you suit and a sword that catches on fire, so if anything I can scare the shit out of somebody. You guys will be good though. Sure, Finn, you can tank, right? Get right in there.
Yeah, right. Nope.
He's a tank.
I don't know where this will take me, but you guys will be fine. I don't know if it'll do me much good, but and I'll pull out whatever I've got. I've got some gold. I got 300 gold here in a big sack, and I'll toss it over to him. You guys take that for now. Probably need it more than me. I'm sure we'll run into each other again.
All right, man.
And with that, you watch as Rix walks back over towards where Overseer Drekken had walked off, seemingly to go pursue a life here in the army. And with that, if I know everyone was kind of saying they were wanting to keep going, I still have a lot more content to get you guys through. Kendall, how you feeling, bud?
I'm good.
All right. In that case, we can keep going then.
Works for me.
So, with Rix walking off, you guys enter the command pavilion again. Torral is still sitting there. He just seems to be going over some reports. Sounds like your friend's already made a decision.
Sounds like it.
Yep.
Try to make sure he stays out of too much harm's way. I mean, granted, he is a giant armored behemoth, so I'm sure he can probably handle himself. I'm sure if you were traveling with him, he can handle himself, but try to make sure he comes back safe. Do what I can. Reckon's usually pretty good about assignments and things like that, and he has a really good head for everything military matters. Perks of being a hobgoblin, I guess. But Tal'Dorei sent a message. They're being held up a little bit. They're actually not here in Krillaria at the moment, but will be here as soon as they can be. It might be another day or so until they're here to take a look at that, though. Until then, I can try to get you situated a little bit, and it's around that time you start hearing this scuffle outside as you hear a soft womanly voice kind of telling the guards, "Oh, hush now. He knows I've been coming to see him." The command tent opens up again, and you're greeted with a 7.5 foot tall fur-bowled woman with this soft pinkish red hair tied back into a bun. Appears to be wearing like a smock covered with a little bit of dirt. Carries a small staff with her. Looks around. Oh, I'm so sorry, Toril. I didn't realize you had company. Toril just kind of looks. It's fine. Fine, Cornelia. It's been a busy day. Wolfpack, can I present? May I present Cornelia Eartharn? She is the overseer of life here for the voiceless. And all four of you. Yeah, all four of you were there. All four of you recognize that last name a little bit. It sounds familiar. I'm waiting to see if any of you have notes with that last name.
What was the last name?
Eartharn.
Was that the dude we bought mushrooms from?
It might be.
Hell yeah.
You're kind of looking, and you like as you're having that thought, and like, is that the dude? You look at her, and she's older, significantly older than that guy, but same race, and you're starting to notice a couple of similar facial features. You think they might be related. Well, my name's Cornelia. Pleasure to meet all of you. I get that a lot. I don't get out too much, though. I'm not sure how to take that. I guess I just have one of those faces, you know?
Maybe. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, dear. You are just the spitting image of your father and your mother. Bless their hearts.
Oh, well.
I kind of looks around. Sorry for your loss. I actually I knew your mother back in the day.
Oh, well, thanks.
You'd be proud of who you are. Anyway, Toril, I'm sorry to bother you about that. It's just, I still have the three little guys that are bugging me, wanting to go have someone take a look down there, you know? They are relentless. Can you please find it doesn't have to be anyone special, just a guard or something to go take a look down there in the cavern? Toril just kind of scratches his head. Cornelia, I told you we don't have anyone available. And he stops and looks at you guys.
Wait, what? You want somebody to go down like a sketchy cavern and investigate something?
I'm game.
Well, that thought did just occur to me. If
Yes.
you're open to it.
Hell yes. We're super into that. That's kind of our thing.
Oh, fucking perfect. Oh, thank God. Yes. Hi, Cornelia. Yes. The wolf pack here would be happy to help you if you want to fill them in on the details. I guess he kind of looks over at the twins. We'll talk later after you have an adventure.
Absolutely.
Did I get some kind of magic wand from that goblin that I beat up?
You did. You didn't identify it yet, though.
Yeah. Once they're done talking to their deck, I just pull that thing out like, hey, can you ever back and tell me what this is?
It's not really any of our specialties. Avandre, whenever they get here, should be able to do that. That's right up their alley. Okay, I'll bug them and see if I can get a rush order. I know tomorrow's a bit too long to wait. See if I can get them here by the time you're back from this little excursion of yours. But have fun, Cornelia. Fill them in on the details and show them where they need to go. She just nods her head happily. Of course, dear. I will take care of that. Don't worry about it all, Commander. That's curious. If you want to follow me, I'll lead you over to the cavern entrance and explain what's been going on down there.
Sure.
All right. With that, the four of you get up and leave the command tent. Cornelia starts walking you down well through the refugee camp, and you're starting to notice as you're walking through there's quite a few people that are just kind of, they're not necessarily like on guard around you, but they're definitely keeping their eyes on you. It seems like word's kind of passed that you two, at least two of you, are related to the commander, and the rest of you kind of came in here, but you were previously being labeled a threat when everyone went on alert, so everyone's just kind of coming down from that a little bit. Cornelia keeps walking. You do notice now at this point, because you're seeing behind her as well, she has a couple bags slung around her shoulders, and there are definitely mushrooms all loaded up into these bags. She's but she keeps talking as you're walking. So obviously we don't have a whole lot of farmland around here, and we have quite a few people, a lot of mouths to feed. So thankfully my family is always kind of specialized in growing mushrooms of different kinds. A lot of them can have weird different effects and things like that. Specifically, I like to cultivate those that are only used for eating and things like that, and others that can be used for medicines and things a little more helpful to our soldiers on the front line, but mostly food, for the most part food. Down right below here, we actually have a special cavern. We tapped into one of the underground springs, and it feeds this area. This is one of our prime pools where these mushrooms grow up in there. So, basically one of our major areas of farming. And a couple nights back, we started having reports that there were loud noises coming down there. That cavern kind of leads down into another tunnel, leads well into the underground, and we try not to do anything down there too much. We keep an eye on things down there. But we started hearing some weird noises, so we backed all our farmers up there. And we had another guy that was kind of hanging around. He's a little special. If you see him down there, you'll know what I'm talking about right away. He went down to go investigate all of that in a bit of a bluster, and left behind some friends of his who, well, he's been gone almost 2 days now, and they are just driving me up the wall. I was not aware that 3 halfling grown men could be so crazy about one person, but they have been. So, yeah, I was hoping if you guys are able to, if you can go down there, just see what happened to Tez. He should be down there somewhere, and maybe investigate as to what was causing all those noises. If not, at the very least, getting him back, and hopefully maybe he already took care of whatever was causing the noises, but figuring out what exactly went down there. That sound good to you, dearies?
Works for me.
Yeah.
That sounds right up our alley.
Perfect.
Yeah, do you know what
I appreciate this so much. What's that?
So, do you know what sounds they were hearing down there, or any general idea?
They weren't too specific. You know how some guards can get on duty a little too long down in the dark. Not all of the people here are quite used to living in the dark so much, but it's kind of the general, eerie cave noises, some groaning, some scraping, things like that. There haven't been any sightings of anything, mind you, just noises.
And then
I figured
this
it was
cat
probably
disappeared.
Yeah, he went down there to go investigate after we pulled our own people out. I should mention, no one's been hurt or anything like that. Nothing's been seen. It was just noises. We have plenty of protocols in place to make sure no one gets hurt in case of things like that. He offered to go take a look just to make sure there was nothing. We figured it was probably just some underground beastie that was a little too close and wandered off. But he went to go down and take a look, and he just hasn't come back yet. I'm hoping he probably just got lost down there, but you never know. He didn't look like the kind of guy that would quite know how to navigate a tunnel system, if you catch my meaning. I'm thinking that's probably what happened, but I'm hoping it didn't come to anything like that. But she leads you off, and there is a point. You can now see there is a tunnel entrance leading downwards a little bit, curves off almost immediately, slopes downwards. There are a couple of guards posted at this end. This is kind of where we were holing up to wait until he came back. So if you guys just want to head down that way and go take a look and see what you find, and if you find him, if you find out what was causing those noises, you can come back and let us know. We'll get right back to farming. I'm sure there's a few people here. We're pretty good on stores, but if we had to wait any longer, we might get a little thin on rations.
We'll do our best.
Oh, I appreciate it so much, dearies. All right.
So as we walk into the cave,
So, you guys-
armor's a shadows and up.
All right, you re-up your armor shadows there. Yes, Taylor, that is exactly the energy I was going for. I'm so glad the cow mom energy came through well.
Strong cow mom energy.
That's what I was going for. That was 100% what I was going for. So, you re-up Armor of Shadows, your group mounts up, you start heading down the cave. What's the marching order here?
That's the real question now, isn't it? Now that we don't really
It
have a
is.
big tank in front.
Mhm.
Apparently it was a harder question than I thought.
Oh.
I know I'll be somewhere in like middle back.
I'll be close to the front, but I don't know if I'm going to be in front.
Okay, so...
We need to pick somebody tougher to join our little fucking squad.
Yeah, right?
Because I don't like walking in the front.
None of us do, really.
Assholes.
I'll do it for now if I have to.
I mean, you got the better eyes.
Yep.
Excuse me?
Finn, he has better eyes than us.
What? Get stabbed before you?
I can turn into things.
your
I'll
eyes
go
will
in
keep-
front.
Yeah, can't you like turn into like a giant bear or something?
No, not yet.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Your snakes are pretty useful.
Yeah, snakes are cool.
Mm.
All right. So, with the druid taking the lead after being,
Rochambeau.
you know, basically being nominated for the position, but channeling a little bit of the cow mom energy she was recently showered with, she takes the initiative and leads the party down through this tunnel. I would like everyone who is listening to make a perception check.
And listening.
All right. Jesus, those fucking perception checks.
Hot damn,
Holy
guys.
shit.
Oh, you're rolling your
Those fucking
20s.
rolls. My God. Where was that
shit.
Yeah, let's 16 to 19 and 2 nat 20s. Yeah.
I'm going to blame the cow mom energy.
We see.
Yeah, I mean, that's
everything.
fair. The cow mom energy loved on you too, so. All right. So, with that, you guys kind of leading the way down on your guard a little bit, listening out. You don't really hear anything until you get maybe 5 minutes down the tunnel. At that point, you start hearing some water, and you're figuring out that's probably the spring that was mentioned. And as you get there, make sure. For the record, Zach, I'm pretty sure the reason your character wasn't on the last map was because I did both of these maps at the same time.
Oh.
So, and for the record, did Kisa come with you?
Yes.
Taylor.
Yes.
All right. Kisa's there with you. We'll go ahead, reorient the group a little bit here. And you guys, as you kind of enter, you quickly notice your dark vision isn't really kicking in on this, and that's because this area is actually lit up for the most part. There are various fucking mushrooms of different sizes, shapes, all over the place, but what you're mainly noticing, as you're entering, these mushrooms, anytime you get within like 5 feet of some of these mushrooms, they're normally this kind of dull blue or green color, and you do see some reds and yellows off in the distance, but whenever you guys come within them, or like within near them, the only person it doesn't happen to is Karuk. As you guys get close, though, these mushrooms start glowing bright green. Almost luminescent, in fact. And yeah, as you guys are kind of walking through, you do notice it's only happening to Finn and the twins. And it seems to fade as soon as you guys walk away. Continue on through the tunnel, entering into the main chamber. There are 5 different little waterfalls and springs feeding the central pool with various swatches of mushrooms off in the distance, all over the place. Most of these mushrooms are dull green. You do notice over off to the right, though, there is a patch of the luminous glowing green mushrooms as well. And it's about that time you're able to hear this very, very loud snoring. Almost like monstrously loud snoring. And just kind of peering around, looking in here. You guys are all just looking. I'd say by now you guys are around like here, this entrance area into the main zone. You're able to see where that snoring's coming from. Off in one area of one of these patches of mushrooms, surrounded by the glowing green mushrooms, is this large humanoid figure. First thing you notice is he is a lion, or seems to have lion features. He is still humanoid. He has, it looks like he's meant to stand on 2 legs, but there's very much fur covering his body, a lion's mane all around him, and giant fangs as he is repeatedly breathing in and breathing out as loud as he possibly fucking can while snoring. So, what would you guys like to do?
Do you think that's him?
Possibly.
Does anyone want to go investigate?
Yeah. I'll go up there.
So confident.
All right. The mushrooms around you are still glowing green as you proceed closer to this individual. You get a little bit closer. Zach, if you'd like to describe what they see sprawled out in this pile of fucking mushrooms.
Yeah, so as the DM mentioned, large humanoid figure, but very obviously a lion. 6'6", fucking tall. You could probably gauge well over 200 pounds, probably 250 to 300 pounds. Golden fur and a thick, wild mane with streaks of black all through it. He has he's not wearing a tunic or anything, but he is wearing a brown long kilt that sits just above his ankles, held by a thick leather belt that is just adorned with a variety of teeth, just strange, weird, different types of teeth. And laying off to the edge is around his neck, just like limp, is a what looks like a large ceremonial necklace made of like a thick multicolored beads. And he is very, very much asleep.
Do you want to describe
Also,
who he's cuddled up with?
Yeah, so also next to him is a very large mall. The business end of the mall is fashioned into a terrifying image of a roaring lion's head, and the windswept mane streamlines into a sharp point, and it's affixed to a 4-foot long handle that is made of ironwood, made from an ironwood tree.
For the record, you didn't have that item in your character sheet, so I added it, and I think I added it correctly.
I'm glad you did, because I didn't know we were going to get this deep into it.
I wasn't sure if we were either, but I figured I'd take the precaution. And
Yeah.
also made an adjustment to one of the scaling things. You'll see. Anyway, so yeah, that is what you guys see currently, like half sprawled, half like snuggled up with this giant maul, laying in a pile of glowing mushrooms. And you guys are kind of looking around. Tyler and Taylor, both the twins, go ahead and roll nature checks. Finn, if you want to roll an Arcana check. You guys are kind of noticing a phenomenon going on in here. Okay. Finn, you're not too sure what's going on with this chamber, but the twins, you both are able to kind of clue in on this. At least from what you're seeing with you two and Finn, whenever you're getting close to the mushrooms, The mushrooms seem to be reacting to something on your bodies, and the only thing the three of you really have in common is magic. And so it's almost like these mushrooms are glowing green with magic, and you do notice that there's a pile of them all around this this lion figure that are glowing as well. He's right there before you, snoring away.
I'm gonna poke him.
Doesn't seem to react.
Hello.
Hey, seriously, what was the dude's name? Does anybody
Are you
remember?
Tez?
Tez? I'll awaken mind to the sleeping lion dude. Say, your name Tez?
Go ahead and roll a charisma check for me real quick. You're trying to do this.
Shit, hang on.
It'll be a contested roll. All right. You feel the connection being made, just like it normally is. You speak out into it. No response comes back, though. You start
I think
looking
I've
around.
actually been misplaying this ability. I don't think it's supposed to be two ways. It's supposed to be just I can communicate one direction. So,
Well, in that case, yeah, you feel the connection made. There's no response, though.
that's fine.
Your high-ass passive perception, though, you do notice that just out of the corner of your eye, over off in that direction, ways, start noticing some glowing green mushrooms
Wait, which direction?
off to the left a ways on the other side of the pool.
I see. No, I was zoomed too far in. Hey guys, something's over this direction. And I will cautiously move that direction.
All right. As you get a little bit closer and able to kind of peek around through some of the larger mushrooms going on over there, you're able to see pretty clearly there's a small pile of, the zone of mushrooms, similar to how whenever you guys are wading into it, glowing green mushrooms and what looks to be a little drow girl. Just kind of picking up some. She seems to be collecting some of the mushrooms in kind of a pocket on her dress there, just stuffing them in there. Doesn't seem to have noticed you yet.
Is this something we're expecting?
There was no mention of this. There was noises coming from deeper down in the tunnel and sent this dude down and no one came back.
Yeah, no, I was asking like Garuk and the Red Fires, like out loud.
Oh.
Like, does this seem like something we were expecting, guys?
Oh,
No.
Oh, okay.
Unless they said there was a little girl down here, and I didn't hear him say that. So
they never
I'm
said
saying
the
no.
little girl was here.
Alright. Well,
Don't trust what you see.
it's fun and new. We love surprises, don't we?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know about love them, but we're used to them.
Yeah. Well, do you think we should figure out what's going on with Sleeping Beauty over there before we try to talk to the little girl that shouldn't be here?
You're keeping an eye on her. You notice she picks up a couple more mushrooms and seems to be moving off to another area.
Well, do we go after the kid or do we figure out what's going on with...
I mean, maybe he knows.
Maybe try a little bit more than a poke.
Yeah, like nudge him or clap or yell or say, hey!
I'm gonna kick him gently.
I wouldn't be too loud just in case we
Okay.
startle the girl or whatever that is.
Rolls a little bit with the nudges and kicks, but no response. He does seem to snore a little bit louder now that he's shifted position a little.
Does it seem like it's a kind
Is
of
it on
magical
cue?
sleep, or
Well... Alright, you wanna go follow this kid?
Yeah, I guess so.
does it seem like
Maybe
the,
when he wakes up, he'll catch up.
Does it seem like Tez is like some kind of magical sleep, or just like really, really out?
It's go ahead and roll. We'll say an Arcana check.
Because I'm so good at those.
You guys in your Arcana
Oh.
checks.
No mages. It's hard to tell. I mean, he seems pretty out of it. He doesn't seem to be like bleeding or dying or anything like that, and he's very clearly breathing. So a little hard to tell.
Hey, try to grab that big hammer. See what he does. Like gently, not like yanking out his hand.
I'll grab that gently.
That's
Okay,
from like, way
he
back
is
here.
gripping it. So I'd say go ahead and make a strength check versus Tez if you want to roll one at disadvantage, because you are snuggled up with that bitch. And if anyone here has tried to get anything out of a significant other's hand while they're sleeping with it, it ain't
Just
easy.
just a regular strength check.
Yeah, strength check.
Wow.
I think you're gonna win.
Oh no! Look at that.
Oh no.
Oh
Okay.
no!
Did you roll a 1?
So for the record, Tyler rolled a 2 and he rolled a 1.
Oh my
Holy
god!
shit! You can't get much worse than that.
Tyler, you're not exactly strong. This thing's heavy. And it takes, you're feeling it tug. You're just like, come on, I got this. And you're thinking he's fighting you this whole time. The only thing that's causing issues is the sheer weight of it. He's already kind of let go of it and snuggled up against himself.
Ah,
You now are holding his barely. This thing is just freakishly heavy. And a little unwieldy. You're not even sure why someone would wield something like this.
I got whatever this is that he fights with.
I just thought maybe that'd wake him up. Guess that didn't work.
Not with that roll.
We could smack him with it. Do it.
Yeah, just nudge him with it, like, gently-ish.
Finn, you do notice the little girl has gotten a little bit closer. She still doesn't seem to have noticed you yet. She's still just picking some mushrooms.
I guess while they're dicking around with him, I'll go talk to her.
All right.
Hey,
Bow's almost at the ready. Not
And
quite.
she kind of looks up suddenly.
hey, sorry. Not trying to scare you.
It's okay. You're not going to hurt me, are you?
No, are you supposed to be down here?
I kind of got left behind. There were noises and everybody kind of left, and
Yes.
I think I fell when everyone was leaving. It was kind of a rush. I woke back up. The lion man over there was already sleeping, so I started, and she shows some of the mushrooms that she's been picking. I didn't want him to starve, so I've been feeding him.
How long has he been asleep?
Like a day? It's hard to judge time down here.
Yeah. Well, damn. Have you heard those noises again?
And mainly, like, she kind of points over towards where the tunnel entrance is. I've heard it like once or twice, I think. It's not always easy to hear. And I've been trying to stay close to him, and it's kind of loud.
Yeah, he is real loud.
She, having now like realized there's other people in here with her, she looks over and she sees the rest of the party kind of hovering around Tez a little bit. Is it okay if I feed him some of these?
Maybe. How many of those have you given him?
A couple of them, and she just kind of she gets a little bit closer. Are you letting her get close?
Yeah.
She gets a little bit closer and she shows you the mushrooms that she already has.
Does she seem
go-
like normal acting, like a child, or is she like...
Go ahead and roll an insight check.
Yeah, because I'm not... Like, I don't know. She seems oddly calm for feeding a fucking lion mushrooms in a fucking cavern for a day and a half. What'd you say? Insight?
Insight.
Uh,
Oh shit, Corey! I just realized I GM'd my strength roll to you. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Everybody
I
was
had you
probably
on-
confused.
I had you
figured
on
it out
GM roll
pretty
for
quick.
testing shit, so that's probably why. 17. As far as little girl behavior goes, this doesn't seem out of the ordinary. It seems like she's kind of overwhelmed and figured a giant scary lion was probably whatever, might help her in this situation. But the way she's talking is a little unsettling about how calm she is. And I'd say, yeah, you beat the check with that. Go ahead and roll a perception check to follow up on that. Okay. You notice, just ever so faintly, trailing away from her, like following the path that she had previously taken, is still a thin line of those glowing green mushrooms.
All right.
Maybe
Yeah,
he
she kinda
shouldn't eat
shows
any
you
more
from the,
mushrooms.
Yeah.
Oh, but these ones are his favorite, and she holds up one of the blue mushrooms.
Can I like figure out what that is?
Yeah. Hold on. Let's
Go ahead.
let our expert examine those narcotics.
Go ahead and roll a nature check there, Tyler.
Taste it. This is familiar.
So close to a 20.
There's nothing outwardly obvious about the mushroom. When you're looking at it, you kind of give it a sniff. It smells like a cave mushroom, and sometimes their effects can be a little unpredictable. You do remember enough that there were different mushrooms back at the place in Marshtown that were being sold with different effects. You don't remember what the blue ones did, though.
I think I still have a blue one in my bag.
Yeah, I still have some too, but I don't know if they're the same blue ones.
I don't know. I'll pull it out.
I was about to say, you could
Are they the same?
It looks a little similar, and as you pull that mushroom out and kind of hold it up to compare it, she pulls back a little bit. At that point, Finn and Tyler, you would have smelled, being in that close proximity, there's this soft scent of sulfur.
Like coming off of the kid, or in general?
It's hard to tell if it's coming off of the kid or if it is in general. But as you're kind of noticing that, you're trying to compare the mushroom and she pulls back, you do watch as her eyes, there's just this brief flash. I need both of you to roll. It's 1 second, I gotta remember the save. Oh, no. That. Sorry, mouse just died, so I'm trying to do this on the laptop right now. I'm pretty sure it's a wisdom save.
And this is a magical effect, I assume.
It is.
In which case, I will be rolling at advantage.
And
yes. Didn't the advantage, but I fucking made it. Y'all are gonna freak out when I shoot a little 9-year-old girl in the face with an Eldritch Blast.
sorry, not wisdom. It needs to be intelligence.
Okay.
That's my bad.
Not as cool. But I'll take it.
Right. You feel this invasion into your mind for about half a second. And you kind of just close your eyes, you blink, squint through it, open your eyes back up, and Whatever flash of light you saw in the little girl's eyes, it's gone. She's still just kind of looking at you. Now she appears to have a little more of a scared look on her face.
I'm gonna try to cast Dispel Magic, and be like quiet about it. Yeah, discreet. That's a good word.
Roll a sleight of hand check real quick.
All right.
Okay. You very subtly use what components you need for Dispel Magic. Go ahead and roll a Wisdom check. Will be contested against this little girl. Shit. That is a failure on her part. So, you guys watch as Farouk and Taylor, where are you guys placed right now? Because I'm assuming Tyler should be a little closer to the little girl. She was checking out the mushroom. Farouk and yeah, okay. You guys are chilling closer to Tez?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys are kind of able to see over there. It catches Finn and Tyler off guard, as where once was a little girl, she just disappears. And you watch as this look like... It's not like a sudden disappearance like whenever Finn activates Misty Step or anything like that, or you guys use Phase Step, where it's a poof and they're gone. She dissolved into a very quick pile of like jello on the ground. And then starts getting washed away with light spring current.
Oh.
What?
I don't know
Finn, you
who's
watch as
casting
that,
all this.
that green line of glowing green mushrooms that had been leading away from her starts receding away from her as the area around where she dissolved
Oh
no
shit!
longer is lit up.
I'm gonna throw Eldritch Blast towards the like receding glowing mushrooms. Yell stop!
Go ahead and roll your attacks.
Oh shit! Sorry, I shouldn't have had advantage still on. My bad.
No worries. I'll treat the first two as both your rolls. First one misses, but obviously a natural 20 hits.
Oh shit! There we go.
All right. Your first shot just kind of misses and blasts a couple of mushrooms off in the distance. The second shot, you watch as it lands in between some of the mushrooms and hits something. Not entirely sure what. You hear it impact, and you watch as whatever it had been lies there. Like the receding green line of mushrooms stops. Then you watch as there's one little portion that stays lit up, but then the recession continues. So it's like something broke off.
All right. I guess I'll move towards it. Yeah.
Okay.
Which way did I shoot? By the way.
This would have been over around here where you shot.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Then
That was where it hit something.
I'll start to head that way. Okay. So I got you. It was supposed to be a warning shot. I just got real lucky.
Okay. You still notice there is a little pile of glowing green mushrooms where your shot impacted, but the line continues to recede before it completely disappears down the other tunnel entrance over here.
I'll go check out the glowing spot.
Okay. You go and take a look at it, and as soon as you get close, that smell of sulfur is back once again. It is very strong at this point, but what you find there is a little blob of jelly. It's very similar to what the little girl dissolved into before she got washed away by the current. But it just kind of sits there on the ground. It's orange, reddish orange, a little opaque. You can almost see the ground through it. Look to be little bubbles inside of it. The amount of jelly that you hit, it's roughly the size of your hand. And it's just kind of sitting there in a puddle.
Is it just like sitting there? Is it like moving? I feel like
Not
it's
moving.
looking at me.
Roll an insight check.
Because if I feel like the slightest bit that it's looking at me, I'm shooting it.
It's hard to tell. It's a fucking jelly. It could be looking at you. You never know.
You know what? You know what they don't ever fucking say in movies? Better safe than sorry.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ!
Holy crap.
Is that really?
Wow.
Did that really just happen?
You missed something on the ground that's not moving that you're a foot away from.
Oh, it's happened to someone else other than me. I'm so happy.
I'm not going for the trifecta, so let's not,
yeah, that's fair.
not call us even quite yet. Fucking get there though. God damn
You
it.
aim your finger and you reach to blast it. You swear to fucking God the jelly moved. It just seems to move like it. You're not sure if it did or not, but you're gonna say it moved.
100%
But
moved.
do it again, and you swear the second time it moved again because it shot you. You missed a second time, almost like 2 feet away.
Dude, I think this thing moved.
Moved?
Yeah, I think. I shot in the dark and it hit something. And this puddle's here.
Huh.
Shoot again. Just once this time.
Yeah, that time it hits.
Just blow up.
It hits. Yeah, the bolt hits it, and you watch as it just kind of explodes, leaving a little bit of less of a puddle there. You do hear a soft, very soft, like distant screeching noise from down in the tunnel.
There's still a little bit of puddle there.
Not really. At this point, it's kind of scattered.
Okay. So there's a big old spot. I'll fucking shoot again. See if something yelps. Alright, well, I'm not gonna run off into the fucking dark and by myself like an idiot, so I'll come back to the group.
While he was doing that, I'm trying to pick blue mushrooms for myself.
Okay. Go ahead and roll another nature check. You've had some more
All
time to kind of think on them as Finn's over there playing gunslinger. Still can't quite remember what they did. You know, they're very similar in shape and texture, as far as you can tell, to the mushrooms that you purchased off of their Earth Arn down in Marshtown. So, a little hard to know if they're the exact same thing, though.
Probably
Alright.
the ballpark.
Do I successfully pick any?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy to pick them. It takes you a little bit, like, you don't get a whole bunch, because every time you get close to one of the mushrooms, they start glowing bright green. But after a little bit of trial and error, you figure, like, once it's picked, the color kind of fades away a little bit, and you're able to figure out the blue ones. I'd say you get about 3 or 4 solid blue color ones, as well as 1 yellow. And like 5 dull gray ones that are probably just food.
Okey-doke.
As all of that's going on, what are you two doing? Are you just still chilling over with Tez?
I was trying to watch where that thing went. And it just went down that cave, right?
Yep. Yeah, the receding line of whatever that was seems to have disappeared into the cave.
Okay.
But now you're keeping an eye out as
Yeah.
Finn's making his way back. Your sister's picking mushrooms. If you want to roll another perception check. Okay. Trying to keep an eye out. Garuk, you doing anything?
I'm doing a great job.
Trying to keep an eye out.
Okay, you roll a perception check as well.
Or don't.
My God.
Yeah,
A
it's
lot
kind
of
of starting to bother
ones.
you a little bit, Garuk. Like, why aren't the fucking mushrooms glowing for me? I'm special.
Special
Spend a
ed.
little too much. You spend a little too much time focusing on that. But let me get rid of her. As you guys all kind of regroup a little bit, Tez is still sitting there snoring. What would you like to do?
Come on, try to awaken mind again. Like, hey, dude, wake up.
Still no change in his demeanor or anything like that.
I'll have Kisa go over and lick his face.
Okay. He kind of snuffles a little bit as she licks some of his whiskers. Watching a sleeping cat like figure out what the fuck's happening to its face.
Yeah, I don't
It
think
doesn't seem to wake up.
Alright, we need to figure out what this thing is.
Oh, do we need to carry? Do we need to carry this dude out and get him sorted, and then come back in?
I mean, he
after
might just
whatever
need
the-
time. It might just be like tripping.
Well, yeah, but I mean, yeah. So I mean, should we probably not just leave him here, right? We need
I
to
mean,
carry
right.
him back so that other lady
Drag
can
him.
take a look at him.
Yeah.
Tyler, what's your passive perception?
I think it's 18.
You
Yes,
notice,
it's 18.
you kind of notice it. Finn's kind of looking at Tez, just trying to figure out what the fuck's going on with him. Just off in the corner of your eye, the spring that's right behind Finn, kind of every once in a while, you see what looks like a little red drop of something in the water. And they just kind of keep going down the spring. And then suddenly, right behind Finn is that same little girl from earlier.
Great.
This is actually kind
She
of
just looks at Finn and goes, "Are you my mommy?"
Shooting it.
And
Fuck this.
a little off guard there. She's going to go ahead and cast something on you. Where the hell is her fucking spell list again? God damn it. You figure out what the hell happened to my mouse.
It's like Silent Hill going on.
Yeah, no, I give no fucks. This child will be shot. This is a normal place for a 9-year-old to be.
I need Garuk, Taylor, and Finn to go ahead and roll me some wisdom saves. This one is a wisdom save.
I'm so good at those.
I figured. Yep, there we go.
All right. Finn, you immediately turn around and it's like that moment from The Office where Dwight notices Angela and you're just, fuck! And getting ready to blast her. Taylor and Garuk, though, you look at you see the little girl from earlier and you're just kind of blink your eyes a little bit and you're like, you need to help this little girl.
You need help
See,
her a lot in a minute.
right now. As Finn, go ahead and roll your attack. Leave one of those hits. Just barely. Go ahead and roll damage on that last one.
Oh, I think Taylor has advantage for elven blood.
Yeah, this would be a charm effect. So Taylor, go ahead and roll again.
Oh, shit,
Nice.
is it?
Actually, and Garuk would have it as well. Fucking elves, god damn it.
Hey!
One down.
Now, Garuk,
They get it naturally. I get it from Elvis.
well, you were supposed to roll just one more, so it would be the 6 or the 12. Okay. So Garuk is still out. Yeah, Garuk, you just have this thought in your head, like, you normally hate children. in general, as a concept. You see this little elf girl, and there's something inside of you that almost breaks a little bit, and you're like, I need to help this little girl. And then Finn blasts her, and you watch as where once there was just a normal little drow girl holding some mushrooms, now part of her shoulder is just completely gone and appears to be made up of this stinking sulfurous jelly. And you just hear this loud, high-pitched scream and groan. I need everybody to roll initiative.
Everybody, or
Everybody. That will include you. Actually, no, it wouldn't include you yet. You don't get to, because you're technically...
yeah.
After I
out.
blast her, can I use my hypothetical sneak attack bonus action to Misty step back out of her range? Or would that be too much?
I'd say...
I'm fine with the answer if it's too much. I realize it's a reach.
Yeah, I'd say it was more like I'm allowing your attack as like a reaction to getting hit.
That works. Nope.
Simply because you very quickly you pass the charm save.
That is true.
All right.
Nope.
Karuk is up there. Been there. Nope.
Tell you what, this shit could get really ugly if Garuk is charmed.
It depends on how charmed.
Yeah, that's true.
Charmed, I'm sure. All right. We have top of the round is the goddamn little girl. As this loud, high-pitched wailing and scream goes off, she just kind of looks at you, Finn, and reaches out with one of her hands, and you watch as it warps. It looks at, as soon as it reaches out, it goes from looking like a little normal, like, drow girl's hand into this large, jelly-like tentacle made of red or that same red and orange ooze as it reaches out to smack your ass. Public. Assuming a 20 hits.
Oh, yeah, sure does.
All right. Take 6 points of bludgeoning damage and 4 points of psychic damage as the thing just wham slaps right into you. As you're kind of recovering from that, you look at her and you see that flash of light in her eyes again. And something just kind of tries to burrow into your brain. I need you to go ahead and roll a wisdom saving throw again.
I think I'll do it.
All right, let me make sure there's nothing that happens to you. All right. Yeah, you feel something like burrow into your brain. You just took a little bit of that psychic damage from getting smacked, and it feels like it's trying to capitalize on that attack and drill farther in. You just kind of, nope, I'm mentally unwell. You cannot be in my head, and you kick her out.
God. No more room up here.
And that is going to be her move. She's going to chill right there. Karuk, it is your turn. You are currently charmed, and you watch this Finn attacked this cute, innocent little girl. And is now getting smacked around by the little girl as well. What would you like to do?
I'm confused. What the hell's going on? I'm just gonna stand here and wait because I'm fucking confused as shit right now.
That's so Garuk of you.
Yeah. I'm staying out of this. I don't want you to hurt the little girl, but something's weird.
Yeah.
All right. Taylor, it is your turn.
I will bonus action Hunter's Mark and shoot it. be another nat one. Don't be another nat one. Hey, better.
See, okay. And the damage from your hunter's mark?
Oh yeah.
All right, with that, you pull one arrow, let it loose, just flies off into the distance. You pull one more arrow, take the shot. This one sinks into the little girl. Then you watch as it kind of just melts away into her body, as if it's being sucked in by whatever jelly substance that she apparently is made out of.
I'm assuming Kisa goes on my turn.
I think that's how it works, yeah.
I think so. I'll just have her go up and bite her.
All right, go ahead and roll an attack for Kisa.
Remember where the hell it is. There it is. Of course not.
All right. She tries to reach out for it, and the little girl just kind of pulls her leg back a little bit. It's kind of odd. It's still making movements as if it's a child, but it's very clearly not whenever it takes damage or you hit it. All right. Next up, Finn, right before you go, you notice out of the corner of your eye as you're shooting at this thing, off to the left again where you saw that tunnel in the receding line,
Yep.
watch as another line of the glowing green mushrooms starts etching out, stops right about there.
Okay. All right. So you said right about here?
Just across the little stream, right about there.
Oh, close. Okay. In that case, I'm going to Misty Step as my bonus action over to right around where I see the lights, and I'm going to shoot at the lit up spot.
All right, go ahead and roll your attacks. One of those hits, one does not.
Oh shit! Not bad for shooting in the dark. Oh.
9 points of force damage. You see it impact something. You hear the sound, and there's very much, the blast of energy connecting with it. It kind of stops the movement for a little bit. Don't see it moving anymore at the moment. Sorry. All right. Anything else?
Nope, that's it for me.
Tyler, it is your turn as you have this little girl / horrible jelly monstrosity thing that seems to be happening.
All right. I'll do a primal savagery again.
Okay, go ahead and roll your attack. That is a hit. Go ahead and roll damage. Eight points of damage. All right. You slash your claws into the back of this little girl, and you hear her, like a little girl in pain. But you're looking at the wound, and there's like just reddish orange slime bleeding out of this wound. So it's horrifying. This is as gross as it possibly can get. With
Please
that,
just stay dead.
Go ahead and roll another nature check for me. You're still surrounded by all of this wildlife. Finally. All right. It finally clicks in your head as you're watching this slime little girl hold some of these mushrooms still, and then it kind of clicks in your head. Oh yeah, the blue ones put people to sleep. You need a yellow one to wake up the big guy.
Yellow is what that does. Okay.
Yeah, it's vaguely clicking in your mind that the blue ones were meant for putting people to sleep and knocking them out. Yellow ones basically give them speed. So,
All right.
if you want to wake him up, you probably need to give him some cocaine.
Just about to say that.
Then I'll move right here.
Sure, you want to give Tez cocaine?
Yes.
Well, I mean, you don't have tiger's blood, and you have lion's blood, so it's probably going to have a different effect. You won't go
There
full
you
Charlie
go.
Sheen.
Yeah.
Wow.
Top of the round, it is the little girl's turn, and she doesn't have a whole lot of targets right next to her, so she's going to move right here. She's still staying near Kisa, because she's going to whip one tendril out over towards the wolf. Which...
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
God.
Corey.
You know, guys, right now, I'm really trying not to kill your pet.
Oh, that's dark.
Holy shit.
Oh, it's fine.
That's 24 points of damage. 7 points of psychic and 17 bludgeoning.
She's okay.
Or no.
For a good hit like that, she's down.
12
But
points of-
it's okay.
She is down.
No, she's got 14 health left.
She's a
Okay.
tank.
Yeah, she's the new tank. There you go.
Yeah, that's not quite a tank.
She slams into Kisa with this large, slimy appendage, taking a pretty good hit there, and then immediately looks at you, Tyler, as you're still like right next to her. I need you to go ahead and roll me a wisdom save.
I have advantage, right?
This is a Tyler, not Taylor, and this is not a charm save. This is not against being charmed.
Oh, God.
10.
I rolled a
All right.
2.
Ooh, this actually happens then.
Ooh.
So,
Oh.
you need to roll 4d8 damage. I never get to do anything fun like this. Take 21 points of psychic damage.
Ow.
Wow.
Jesus, I just gave you the migraine of the century.
Yeah, no kidding.
And you are memory drained. While you are memory drained, you must roll a d4 and subtract that number rolled from any ability check or attack roll that you make.
Oh.
Anytime the target is memory drained beyond the first, the die size increases by 1. So you're only at a d4 right now, but basically you're on a d4 subtract from abilities and attacks.
All right. She looks around like, where am I?
And, Ooblex learns all the languages the target knows and gains all of its proficiencies.
Awesome.
Fucking
Oh.
eat your brain.
Damn.
It literally just ate a portion of your brain. So yeah, you kind of make eye contact with the little girl for half a second, and then you realize that was half a second too long, is a little bit of blood trickles down your nose from both nostrils, and your head just kind of stops. You almost forget what you were about to do walking over to Tez. And you're just like, oh God, everything hurts. My mind, ow, brain, not work. And that little girl's just gonna stay right there. Garuk, it is your turn. You are still watching your friends attack this poor, sweet little girl. She seems to be lashing out quite a bit. What would you like to do?
I'm going to join in on them and move right there. And I'm going to use my daggers of venom and attack her.
Okay, you go to attack her, and then you remember you're charmed by this sweet little girl. I'm going to need you to roll another wisdom save. Okay. You stop right as you're about to strike her, and you just hold, and you're like, yeah, I can do this. I can do this. And you feel whatever mental hold she had on you suddenly breaks. It was your action to break out of the charm, but next turn you can attack her.
Okay.
You were not supposed to hurt the little girl. She was so sweet. She just wants her mummy and mushrooms. Taylor, it is your turn.
I'm just going to shoot.
That's a hit, and that both hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Nice.
3, 8, 34 points of damage. Oof.
Ooh.
Bitch hit my
Arrows sink into... More arrows sink into this little girl, and she screams out in pain once more. This time saying something in like screaming, just, please don't hurt me, in Elvish. For the three of you that are around her to hear. With a bit of a different accent, she sounds almost like she grew up in Elvenon now. Very similar to how Tyler and Taylor speak. It's a little discomforting, but she seems to be doing pretty rough at the moment. Any movement on your part?
I'm gonna move back a little bit.
Okay. Next up, Finn, you watch as that spot of green lights, or the green mushrooms that you saw moving, starts moving towards you again. And then suddenly it rises up, and you watch as this giant, flailing mound of jelly is suddenly standing right before you. And as it's about it, you can see one of the tentacles kind of reaching up and getting ready to strike at you. You watch as a face kind of appears out of the jelly and just kind of looks at you. The face forming, human male, doesn't look familiar to you, but looks pained almost as he just kind of looks at you. Please don't hurt me. Please. As it reaches out to strike, does a 23 hit.
Yes.
10 points of bludgeoning, 5 of psychic. And the eyes with that humanoid face reaching out from the jelly towards you, you watch as the eyes flash red. I need you to make a wisdom save as well.
Oh, damn it.
Because of Elvis, you do have resistance to this, so you roll at advantage.
Ooh.
You feel it once again, like that feeling digs into your brain, and you're just, nope, get the fuck out of my head. It's my own head.
Barely. Nope. Get the fuck out.
Yeah. As this large pseudopod, though, is just kind of moving around, its swirling form, it's really discomforting, just really made evident by the fact that there's this human head now sticking out from it, looking right at you at eye level. But it is your turn, and this thing is right in front of you. What would you like to do?
I think I'm going to just fucking thunderstep. Because Taylor's...
Taylor
is Taylor.
10 feet.
That's the range. So
He is just in range of that.
I mean, I could move like a little bit to the side without it getting attack of opportunity, right?
Oh, yeah, you're still in attack range, so you can move around it.
Yeah, I mean, I would move so where he was 15 feet, and then boom, teleport.
All right.
And so I will bloop.
I believe that is a Constitution save.
Hold on, I think. Yes, I'll roll it. Thought I did. Oh, yeah, shit. It's asking me what level to roll it at.
Nine, a 1, a 1, and a 9 on your damage.
Yep.
35 points of damage against a con save DC 15. 15, so it takes 17 points of damage there.
Boom.
It reverberates. The jelly almost seems to absorb some of the impact a little bit better than you were expecting, but it does seem to have taken some damage. from your sudden disappearance. You are now standing over there. Oddly enough, you are standing right above the line of green mushrooms leading away from it. You're able to look down and you see this is a trail of slime left behind by this thing.
Okay.
All right. Tyler, it is your turn as everyone is surrounding this little jelly girl thing.
All
You are
right.
standing over Tez's body slightly. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna be feeding Tez a yellow mushroom.
All right. Feed Tez the yellow mushroom. Go ahead and roll a medicine check at advantage. Subtract the D4 though, because of
Okay.
your. Be sure
Right.
that he doesn't quite choke on the damn thing.
All right.
This works perfect because you were at the end of initiative order.
Hope you'd like this character, Zach. You choked to death on the mushroom.
Choke on a mushroom and die.
Tyler fails a check. You choke and die.
Let's start
No
over.
pressure.
Not gonna lie, I'd laugh a little bit at just the irony of losing a character after you killed mine.
I would let it happen. I mean,
Never even got to play it.
It's /R, right?
I think so. I don't remember. I always just use the
Yeah,
little
top left.
toolbar.
Yeah, just hover over the D4.
So 15. Thankfully, that's what you needed. You shoved the mushroom down into his giant fucking gullet as he's still snoring. You just kind of wait for the opportunity. Throw it in there, mash his jaws a few times. Rub his throat a little bit. He swallows. And you wait. You wait. As your eyes shoot open like a goddamn lightning bolt, you are awake.
Mom!
Welcome.
Just look around. Mom.
You look around and you are currently surrounded by strangers. There is a little drow girl missing pieces of herself and seem to be made of jelly. And off in the distance, you watch as another pile of jelly is moving around with a human head, kind of just looking around at you guys.
Hello, little girl. Oh, I guess I'll use half my movement to stand up.
Well, with that, go ahead and roll.
Okay.
Get into the initiative order now. As you come awake here on the ground.
Oh shit!
Nice.
Oh, make it an entrance here. All right. So we will get to you as you're coming awake there, having now swallowed a cocaine mushroom. It is one of the Oblex's turns. The little girl, in fact, not mad, or she's very mad, in fact, that her little lion prisoner there is now awake. So she finally gives up the appearance of being a little girl, and you watch as this little girl suddenly explodes into a giant mound of red swirling jelly with bits of bone hidden throughout it. Looking down at her prisoner, or her former prisoner, she now looks over at you, Tyler, and she's going to go ahead. See, rolled this spell before. Oh, fuck. Oh no, that'll work. Perfect. Okay. Tyler, what are your current hit points at?
Let's see. I'm at 28.
28. All right. What do I need here? I need. Jesus, that's a lot. Oh, you barely missed it.
Oh no.
You watch as there's this flash of light directly at you. Just every color on the spectrum going at you.
Oh no.
You feel like you almost just went blind. You just kind of keep blinking. Your eyesight comes back as color spray failed by 1 fucking point. No, sorry, 2 points.
Oh.
My math, I don't remember. Close enough that oh god, that would have worked and would have been so nice. But seeing as that failed, she is now, whatever this creature is now, freaks out, and you watch as the little drow girl's head pops out from the jelly looking right at you. Leave me alone! As it tries to run away and starts running towards this opening over here. The 3 of you that were surrounding it can go ahead and make an attack of opportunity if you wish.
Including Kisa?
Kisa, Garuk, and Tyler.
Ooh, Kisa pissed.
So, all of you but Tyler hit. Kisa and Kendall hit. I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to kill it because it did not have a lot left. So, the both of you can figure out how you want to do this together.
Kisa just grabs its ankle and doesn't let it leave.
I'll chop off its head.
That works.
Well, it doesn't quite have... It has the head sticking out from it, so you chop off the
Yeah.
little drow girl's head.
Yeah, that's what.
It just keeps screaming at you until it eventually fades and dissolves in a pile of jelly along with the rest of its body through this small stream leading into the main pool. Actually have a token in there for the other one. All right. 0. There we go. That brings us to Rook. It is now actually your turn. You just finished killing this jelly-like creature. You see there's another one off in the distance a little ways. What would you like to do?
Let's see. I'm going to move there and use my short bow to shoot it. Ow.
Go ahead and roll your attacks then. That's a hit. And that second one is a miss. All right, one of your arrows sinks into this creature, just short a little bit of the human head that's sticking out of it. Just kind of groans in pain before sucking the head back into its body. Ez, it is now your turn. You're awake. You have a lot of energy right now. It feels like you've been sleeping for quite a while.
Yeah, would I gather what's going on?
You saw this little girl kind of turn into a giant jelly monster and then get killed by a wolf and a seemingly homicidal elf woman.
Okay.
There's another half-elf woman standing over you, seeming like she just fed you whatever woke you up. And off in the distance, there's another half-elf, and now the homicidal elf woman, getting ready to attack another jelly monster.
Right then. I have more than enough movement, and I'm gonna make my way over to the other jelly, roaring.
That actually reminds me. Can I get you to roll a Constitution saving throw real quick? Because you took a cocaine mushroom.
Yeah.
Just to see... Okay, perfect.
Hard time.
You have actually more movement than you were expecting because you're currently under the effect of the haste spell.
Oh, baby! I get 3 attacks then.
Yep.
Right then. Well, first off, bonus action. The hair that my mane stands up straight, and all of the blood vessels in my eyes pop as I fucking rage. And I will take...
large cat suddenly flies into a fucking rage.
Take 3 hits here. And if I'm hasted, I'll get all 3 there. Also, I guess we should do this first. Whenever I
Yeah,
rage,
you raged, so
I need to roll
was it a D8?
D8. And as I rage, I don't know these off the top of my head, so I got to read them. An intangible spirit, which looks like a flump for a pixie, appears within 5 feet of one creature of my choice. Within 30 feet. At the end of the current turn, the spirit explodes, and each creature within 5 feet of it must succeed on a dex saving throw or take 1d6 force damage. Until your rage ends, you can use this effect again, summoning another spirit on each turn as a bonus
Right.
action.
Where would you like this spirit to appear then?
Tez is not super smart, so he's gonna throw that pixie right at the nasty blob right there, even though he's there as well.
All right, plops the spirit right next to him. So all 3 of those attacks with the fighting lion hit.
Okay.
So I need you, even with the, I'm assuming you meant to do the Great Weapon Master strikes on them.
I don't know. Did I do that?
You did. That's why it has like 23 plus -5.
Oh. No,
That-
all I did. Oh, I need to unclick that, don't I?
Yeah, you do. Unless
Oh
you want to.
shit.
I mean, here's
Yeah.
the thing.
No.
You hit with all 3 of those regardless. So.
Regardless. Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
No, you with that you rolled a 17, an 18, and a 19.
Okay.
No, sorry, 16, 17, 18.
I did not. I did not mean to. Let's just. I didn't mean to do that.
Your call.
But I'll. Yeah.
But you do proc Wild Strike on every single one of those. So.
Okay.
Go ahead. And, you need to roll 3 separate D8s again, because D8s are going to be the favorite of your class.
All right.
All right, so that first strike's going to do lightning. Second's going to do fire. Third is going to do poison.
Jesus
So
Christ.
go ahead and
this
roll
is
damage.
ridiculous. All right.
And just for shits and gigs, because we're going to make this even funnier, dexterity save. Fails that. So you guys watch as this fucking lion gets up, runs over to the jelly monster that had been previously groaning not to hurt it, screams in its fucking face, watches as it summons a fucking spirit right next to this jelly monster, takes 3 giant ass swings with this hammer. Each time it swings, by the way, the hammer seems to change energy around it, shifting from lightning to fire to this green noxious poison. It's taking blow after blow. You watch, like, you hold for a moment with the final blow, waiting for it, and the spirit suddenly explodes. Tez, you're right next to it. I need you to roll a dex save as well.
Yeah, that's fine.
You take, let's see, take 6 points of damage as the spirit explodes, but along with it, this jelly monster just gets obliterated. As it is no longer anywhere to be found. There's just bits and pieces of it scattered, but there is nothing cohesive enough to give it form. And with that, combat has ended.
Perfect, because I have to duck out. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
Say Finn's being contemplative over there, but it takes you a second. Tez, kind of coming down to the rage. You do get stunned after the haste effect wears off. You are stunned for about 6 seconds, so you just kind of stop. Then you're fine.
Take a
6
breather.
seconds.
Yeah.
You look around and you see a human off in the distance kind of looking at stuff over near the tunnel entrance, and right next to you, you're no longer sleepy. Elf woman, a half-elf male, and off in the distance, a wolf and a half-elf female.
I'll lift the hammer up. Just kind of hold it. Kind of eye them all. Well, friends or foes? Foes? Let's get to it. Friends? Maybe explain yourselves a bit.
We're friends. Sent down here to get you.
To get me, I don't need help. Oh, it's just taking a bit of a nap, you might say.
Did you eat those mushrooms?
Kind of raises his eyebrows a bit.
Tez, you don't remember eating the mushrooms. You remember coming down here. You vaguely remember running into the little girl. And that's the last thing you remember.
Not that I know of. Maybe. What was the little girl doing?
Feeding you mushrooms.
Okay. Right then. Where's Willem? Willem? Willem?
I think all your friends left and went back to your group camp.
You remember after a little bit of thinking, Tez, as you're kind of the sleep's leaving your body finally. You did leave all three of the triplets upstairs, up with when you took the job from Cornelia to go look down here. You figured it would be better to leave them up there.
Of course. I know that. Well then. Not much else to do down here, is there? You've done your job.
Unless there's more of these things.
What did that, whenever I cut that thing up into a million pieces, what happened to it? Did it just like turn into a blob or some shit?
It kind of got obliterated. It's kind of all over the place. Like there's little pieces and fragments of jelly, but none enough to have any kind of cohesion or it doesn't seem like it's moving at all. It seems like you thoroughly obliterated it.
I'll walk over to one of the little pieces of jelly and start touching it and poking it. What is this?
Okay.
What is this stuff?
Smells strongly of sulfur, especially to you.
Bah!
Nothing but rotten
Rancid.
eggs.
Rancid. Well, I'm Tez, as I'm sure you know. Tez of the Tall Stone. And who might you be?
Nice to meet you. We're the Wolf Pack, apparently. It's our name.
Oh, well. We may need to revisit that a bit, but can live with that for now.
I'm sorry. Are you coming with us?
Oh, surely you need to bring me back up to the top.
Yeah, but I mean, do you really need to change
Kind-
your name just for...
Gets kind of right up to you. Uncomfortable, stinky kind of breath. You can tell I'm not too wise on the lions, or on the wolves. How about you should change to the cat pack?
No.
Your breath smells like fish.
Oh. Kind of puts his paw up to his mouth.
And
Yes,
mushroom.
Smells like mushrooms. Well, I'm not hungry.
I wouldn't think so.
Starts picking yellow mushrooms out of his teeth. Did you do this?
Yep.
Eh. Thanks are in order. Thank you.
And don't worry about it.
Now, come along then. I'll lead you all back to the top. Follow Tez.
Finn wanders back over.
Startles Tez a bit. Too. And who might you be?
Finn, you Tez?
I am indeed.
Ooh, big fucker, aren't you?
Pleasure to meet you.
Fuck yeah, it is.
I hear rumors of the Wolf Pack. I don't know
That's
what you're all
us.
thinking, but Wolves. There's something, sure, but are they mighty enough to name yourselves after? That's the question.
I'd say
Well,
so.
listen,
Take me, for
Yoko, we're not
instance.
changing our name already.
Ah!
You just got here.
How's Kisa doing with me?
Well,
That depends on her her owner. How is he doing?
You can see her a little bit reluctant, hiding behind me. I mean, like at the edge of like a cowardice, but like kind of like ready to growl and snap if needed. Uh-oh.
And Zach's phone died. Well, with that, as you guys are kind of getting accustomed to your new party member, that seems as good a point as any to go ahead and stop for the night.
Perfect.
Having successfully fought off 2 creepy-ass jelly monsters. For the record, Taylor, that effect on you stays until you, I think you have to heal. Let's see. You need a heal spell or a greater restoration. Until then, you are permanently at a D4.
All right.
But with that, you guys gather yourselves. Just keep staring at this giant lion fucker that you've now met. We'll call it there.
Sounds good. So I will end the recording here. So thanks for watching, and we'll catch you next time.